on. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it?
I'm Israel high. 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 I'm Israel high.
You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas.
I'm Israel high. 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 I'm Israel high.
Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one.
No politics here. 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 No politics here.
Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th.
What's going on, everybody?
You are Hamas.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. I'm in a lot of pain. I'm in spectacular pain, and I hope I'll be able to get through it, and I hope I won't have to quit halfway through, but I just got back from the dentist. Oh my God. Oh my God. Do I sound exhausted? It's because I am. And it's because I'm in a tremendous amount of pain once again. And also half my fucking face is numb. It's because they had to pull out the fucking implant. They had to pull out the implant. It didn't work. There was too much fucking, like the bone didn't grow properly. So we have to go back to the fucking start. And I'm in a lot of fucking pain. Oh, anyway, but it's all good. Don't chew on your tongue while it's numb. No, that's fine. I don't give a shit about that. That I have no issues with that. Anyway, there's a gaping hole in my mouth right now again, like it was a couple months ago. It's fucking annoying. Anyway, but we're live. We're alive, regardless. Oh, hold on. Everybody shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna take the day off. Oh God, y'all are so fucking annoying. Okay, anyway. I've had girlfriends tell me tooth pain is worse than childbirth. I don't believe that. That's crazy. Anyway, I'm gonna have a short fuse. So I feel like a lot of people are gonna probably take advantage of that today. But yeah, we're live. We're alive. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Personal news wise, like there's already motherfuckers being like, yo, can you check my last message? Like I'm gonna blacklist people instantly today. I'm on a short fuse. I'm letting y'all know. I'm letting y'all know. Says a man. Yeah, I'm not in agreement with that statement. I think childbirth is significantly worse, pain-wise. Anyway, Personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan HasanAbi Piker. And last night I ended the broadcast, didn't really do much, went to bed, woke up early, played some basketball. And then I went to the dentist and I thought, oh, it's gonna be fine. They're just gonna take the implant out and then they're gonna put like the screw back in because there's a screw around the bone. And that was fine. Turns out I messaged you privately on Tumblr. Okay, that's a day ban. But yeah. Are you on hydros? You sound zooted. No. How does it feel now that you have a mogged BP edit? What is this? This is so stupid. You don't smoke it at all, do you? Yeah, I don't smoke at all. I don't have diabetes. I don't smoke. He said sometimes it happens, but he said you're healthy as a horse, so this is not what's supposed to happen, but the other implant stuck. The other implant's fine. It's just one that didn't stick. So yeah, they had to fucking carve it back out, put a graft around the bone so the bone heals properly. Got to get back on antibiotics to make sure there is no issues, you know? It just sucks. It just sucks all around. It's called a dental abutment. The implant has a lab analog piece in your jaw, an abutment and a screw. The crown goes on top. Removing an implant is hella painful. Yeah. Oh, I know. Are you on pain meds? No, I just took some acetaminophen. It's going to go away eventually. It's going to be fine. Meth? Yeah, it's because I'm on meth. Yeah, because I do meth. Anyway. They put you under for tooth work? No, they don't put you under. They just do a topical or like a one area numbing. Take ibuprofen in 4 hours. I like to alternate ibuprofen acetaminophen every 4 hours. Yeah. Anyway, where the fuck was I? Yeah. But yeah, I bawled. Took Kai to the park. That's why she's passed the fuck out. And then I went to the dentist, and then I realized it was going to be a far more invasive procedure than I thought it was going to be. Not good. So not great. Not great, but we're going to keep pushing through it. Anyway, that's all the personal news I have for today. I want to get right into the fucking news. Okay. Back from the dentist and how my face is numb. Israel is starving. Is it still starving? As more people recognize Israel's violence. You don't take any pills ever? You can take more pills for once in your convenience. Please, God, it's fine. I already did. Trump, trade, terror, Israeli NGOs admit genocide and more. Get in now. Hi, Chad. There's blood in the water and the sharks will come. It's going to be all right. I'm a big boy. I think it's best to see the annoying nuisance people who will take advantage of this and will piss me off, and then I'll clap them. Does anyone have a good blast off meme? Positive guys are finally saying you shouldn't vote for politicians to take money from AIPAC. Yeah, I'm glad that. I'm glad that people are coming to where we've been at for years and years, but especially in the past couple of years. No, second mic is not on. Why are you saying that? It's not. Take 30 minutes off. Okay. Double echo. Okay. Take an hour off. I'm not fucking around. All right. Do we have a blast off meme or not? Why is your hair wet? I just got out of the shower. Thank you, Chowder, for the blast off meme. Where's the Macy's playlist? Any guess today? No guess. It's going to be just us. I hope you enjoy it. Here it is. Anyway, we obviously will be talking about the New York City shooter as well. I forgot to put that in the fucking title. Did you listen to the recent Chabo? No, I did not. I haven't had time. What the fuck's going on? What a great way to start the day. It's fine. It's just refresh. It's fine. It wasn't a big deal. It was like a blip. It just disconnected and then reconnected. What? Did it not? Did you guys just like lose complete connection? I don't understand. Just refresh if you don't see me. Dude, this is huge. What happened? What happened, dude? Nothing. It just fucking effed, okay? Anyway, let's get started.
We will begin with that shocking mass shooting here in New York City.
We're going to talk about the CTE dude. The dude who drove all the way from Las Vegas to New York City to shoot up the NFL headquarters and then killed a cop that was off duty, that was doing security, killed himself, and I think like shot a bunch of other, killed 2 other people
Police say a gunman walked right into the lobby of an office building and opened fire. 4 people are dead, including an NYPD officer.
You can see the suspect here carrying a military-style rifle. Police say he had a history of mental health issues. Lilia Luciano is outside the building in Midtown Manhattan, which is just a few blocks away from our studio. Lilia, good morning.
Oh, it was the CEO, not the NFL. A Blackstone executive was killed. Yeah, but he was trying to... It's not BlackRock, it's Blackstone. And he wasn't trying to kill the Blackstone people. He was trying to go into the NFL. He was trying to go to the NFL part of the building, it seems, because from what we know, that's what it's in the same fucking building. So he went to the wrong floor. Blackstone is not BlackRock. And he wasn't trying to go to Blackstone anyway. It seems he was trying to go to the NFL building because he blamed the NFL for his CTE. Bro, he's just like, no, it's not gambling related. No, he's just fucking, it's crazy. He's just
Morning,
crazy.
what do we know?
Good morning, Adriana. As you said, he had a history of mental health issues and something that's raising questions. He also had a concealed firearms permit that the Las Vegas police released yesterday. We know the gunman entered this 44-story.
What the hell, bro? What the hell is going on today? Oh my God, bro. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening, bro? What is happening? Oh my God. I'm so mad. Oh my God. I'm so fucking annoyed. I'm so fucking annoyed. It's not IRL Toolkit. It's not. It's not. I'm not on IRL Toolkit. It's not just you. Other streamers have been having this too. Oh, fuck. I can't tell if it's like Twitch related or on my ISP side. Bro, this is literally a new computer, okay? It's a fucking new computer. It's a new computer. I'm using a totally different processor, a new computer. We literally collaborated with the fucking ISP to make sure that we don't have like issues. And now I feel like it's Twitch related, but I don't know. It's probably ISP related. I don't fucking know. It's just weird. It's a weird F. It's not like a normal F. Oh, it's happening again. Literally happening again. I just go down to 0. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but the bit rate goes down to 0 and then it kicks up to like 30K or something. But on the Twitch end, it seems the bit rate is fine. I don't know what it is. All right, let's just continue. Fuck, man. I feel like the whole world is against me. Oh my God.
Skyscraper yesterday. It's a prominent building. It houses several companies like Blackstone, one of the biggest investment firms in the world, and it is the headquarters of the NFL. And this morning we're learning that one of the people shot is an NFL employee. He is in stable condition in the hospital.
You are responding to an active shooter incident.
Law enforcement officers raced into this Midtown Manhattan office building Monday after a gunman opened fire. Outside, others began CPR in the street. Police say just before 6:30 p.m., the shooter, seen here in surveillance footage, brazenly walked into the skyscraper at 345 Park Avenue with an M4-style rifle and started shooting.
The building security camera footage shows the shooter enter the lobby, turn right, and immediately open fire on an NYPD officer. He then shoots a woman who took cover behind a pillar and proceeds through the lobby, spraying it with gunfire.
The NYPD commissioner said the gunman made his way to the elevator bank, shooting a security guard.
The shooter then calls the elevator, which opens in the lobby. A female exits that elevator, and he allows her to walk past him unharmed.
Police say he then went to the 33rd floor, home to the real estate company Rudin Management, where he killed one person before he shot himself in the chest.
I heard all these loud bangs.
This man, who didn't want to show his face, escaped the building when he heard the gunshots.
I came out 5 minutes later. One of my coworkers came out, and he said he saw 2 people get shot.
Others stayed inside and barricaded themselves in offices.
We believe this to be a lone shooter.
Police have identified the gunman as 27-year-old Shane Tamura. They say he had a documented history of mental health issues. He lived in Las Vegas and drove across country through Colorado Saturday night, then Nebraska and Iowa on Sunday, before reaching New Jersey Monday, about 2 hours before the shooting. Inside his black BMW, police found a revolver, multiple rounds of ammunition, and medication. The motive is still under investigation.
We lost 4 souls.
The reason why he shot himself in the chest is because he wants his brain to be studied for CTE. It seems like he had a litany of mental health issues. He played football. He was a prospect. He never played in the NFL. He was working in Vegas. I looked into his background. And I guess he blames the NFL for it regardless. He didn't actually play in the NFL. But it seems like this was his this is what he was. It seems like that's what he was trying to target it. That's what he was trying to target was the NFL. He ended up going to another floor and shooting up a bunch of people in the process and then killed himself.
To another senseless act of gun violence.
Yeah, he played high school. I think he played college too.
One of the 4 victims was 36-year-old NYPD officer Didarul Islam, an immigrant from Bangladesh. Islam joined the NYPD in 2021. He had 2 young sons, and his wife is pregnant with their 3rd child.
He was doing the job that we asked him to do. He put himself in harm's way. He made the ultimate sacrifice. He died as he lived, a hero.
And just as we're standing here, we're seeing the NYPD and right behind us. They just lowered the flags in front of the building to half-staff. Officer Islam was one of 2 uniformed officers in the building when the shooting happened. The other victims who were killed include 2 females and 1 man.
Is it plausible that he shot himself in the chest with an assault rifle? Yes. And I suspect the reason why he did that is because he didn't want to shoot himself in the head, because if his main gripe is CTE, he left a note. He left a note, and in the note it was I think he was talking about he left a note, and in the note he was talking about how he wanted people to study his brain. It's common for people with CTE. Also, this happened. 2 in custody after active shooter situation in Midtown. Police are responding to an active shooter situation in Midtown. And they made it seem like it was some Muslim dude or some dude wearing a Palestine jersey or something. The man grabbed falsely ID'd by someone claiming he was trying to bomb the building. Casual Islamophobia is a widely beloved activist. He brings watermelon to protest and carries it the whole march, then breaks it up and feeds people. Yeah. They just instantly went in and were like, oh, let's blame them. Let's blame some random brown guy. Classic. A woman falsely identified a man wearing a Palestine shirt as the shooter in this video. He was detained but completely uninvolved in the incident. Imagine you survive like a massive shooting. Like you survive a shooting and then some random lady, some random racist is like, yo, he did it. And then now half of the fucking media also really excited to point the finger of blame at like Muslims and the Free Palestine movement or whatever is now using your image to be like, yo, this guy did it.
Back up. Go back up. Let's go. Come on, guys, let's go. There you go. Go inside. Let's go, guys. Don't go outside.
To be honest, I have no idea how we're going to call it over now.
What happened? What did you guys hear? Did you hear anything?
I cannot believe it.
Did you see what happened? Did you hear anything? That was loud.
It was loud. It was right there. It was right there. What happened?
Wow.
All right.
Where to go? Which side? This side?
Yeah, this side. No, yeah, that side.
Just anybody shot? There is so many. Like,
Yeah, those are finance interns, chat. So, a woman falsely identified a man wearing a Palestine shirt as the shooter in this video. He was detained but completely uninvolved in the incident. This is the actual shooter. Yeah, that's the situation.
We're joined now by CBS News law enforcement contributor Richard Esposito. He's a former deputy commissioner of the NYPD. Good morning, sir. Good to see you. So there's a lot of reporting out there. What have you learned about the suspect? What have you learned about his motives?
So the suspect appears to have played high school football. He appears to have had grievances based on papers found on him that point to the NFL. Authorities in Las Vegas have not yet, as of last night, entered his home to see if there's more information about him. He says he had a brain injury, or he blames that on his mental health condition. And that's what we know. We're still developing that information.
Okay, the letters CTE are coming up. Is that what you're mentioning with the brain injury?
Yes. That is what I mentioned. That's a long-term brain. You would know better than I.
Of course, I'm familiar with it. What are the next steps in this investigation?
First, they will continue to explore his motive. They'll continue to ask the questions that we all want to know. How did someone with a documented mental health history have a concealed carry permit for a gun? That wasn't the gun he used, apparently. He used an AR-15 knockoff, or, similar to an AR-15.
Yeah.
But why did he have that permit? He had been an unarmed security guard in Las Vegas, but his license had expired, according to authorities there. So they're going to continue to work on his motive, continue to work on how he had that kind of license, and continue to work on if there's substance to his grievance.
And so, Richard, there is so much that we still don't know, but there are things we do know from the video footage, from witness accounts. We know that he drove across country, right, from Las Vegas. We know that in his car there was a loaded revolver, ammunition, magazines, not any kind of explosive device. We know he took the elevator to the 33rd floor. What does all of that tell you?
Well, first of all, you have the question of how does he enter a building in Manhattan and manage to walk through security with a rifle in his hand. That's one of the questions you have to ask. You know what your security's like here. What was it like there? So people will look at that. He seemed to know where he was going, although it looks like he got off at the wrong floor. He got off at the floor for Rooted Management. They own and manage the building, and not the floor where the NFL has their offices. So we know those things about him. He seems to have prepared to some degree, and he seems to have made an error. What's in his car? I'm not familiar with all the contents of the car.
Well, we are. Go ahead, Vlad.
Yeah, no, Richard. So what is the big question that you have right now in the aftermath of this?
The question is always the one that's hard to answer. What prompts someone to go and kill people they don't know? People who are innocent. It's not like Luigi Mangione, but it is a grievance against an institution taken out on people. Why does someone do that? That's a mental health question.
Drives all the way across the country to commit that heinous act.
That's exactly right.
And doesn't hide like Luigi Mangione did. He did it, just walked straight in.
Right in.
Richard Esposito, thank you so much for your insights.
New details on the mass shooting in the heart of New York City that left 4 people dead, including an NYPD officer. The gunman was caught on surveillance.
What is that argument? Like he's braver than Luigi Mangione or something? Like what are they trying to say? I'm confused. Like this guy shot a bunch of random people. Luigi Mangione very specifically targeted one person. Allegedly, Luigi Mangione targeted one specific person.
Images walking into an office tower, carrying, as you can see in that video, an M4 assault-style rifle. Police say he immediately opened fire inside the lobby and then moved to the elevator bank, went up to the 33rd floor, where he continued firing before ultimately taking his own life. This is the deadliest mass shooting in New York City in 25 years. Investigators have identified the gunman as 27-year-old Shane Tamora of Las Vegas. They've tracked his movements over the last few days as he drove from Nevada to Manhattan, parking just outside, double parking really just outside that building. Inside the building, the NFL's corporate offices, along with a number of other businesses. And a source does tell CNN the gunman had a suicide note in his pocket, which expressed some grievances with the NFL, also claiming to suffer from CTE and asking for his brain to be studied. Police, however, has stressed that at this point, any motive is still under investigation. As for the officer who was killed, he has...
I mean, you already know, man. You already know what the solution to this is. It's not like people say, oh, better mental health. Sure. But the people who say better mental health treatment don't want to actually fund it anyway. And not only that, but also it's like too many guns, too many guns, too many guns, too many guns, too many guns. What are we doing? Too many guns. That has not gone away. I mean, I was just talking with Cameron Kasky yesterday about this on stream while this was happening. Cameron Kasky is one of the Parkland kids. As you guys know, like he spent most of his adult life advocating for gun control and getting yelled at for that reason. And we jokingly said, oh no, that's solved now. The problem is solved now. There's no more gun violence. There's no more mass shootings, but there is.
Been identified as 36-year-old Diderul Islam, a 3.5-year veteran of the department. He leaves behind a pregnant wife and 2 sons. Overnight, officials lining the streets outside a Manhattan hospital as his body was transferred. New York City's Mayor Eric Adams has ordered all flags on city buildings be flown at half-staff in tribute to the slain officer. Here's what he had to say last night.
He was saving lives. He was protecting New Yorkers. He's an immigrant from Bangladesh. And he loved this city, and everyone we spoke with stated he was a person of faith.
CNN's Omar Jimenez is at the shooting scene for us this morning. Omar, what did we learn overnight?
Yeah, so we learned a few details overnight, but I want to start with what I'm seeing this morning, because obviously we're heading into a new rush hour, the first morning since this happened during evening rush hour last night. And as you mentioned, flags at half-staff, we are seeing that outside the building here. We also walked up to the entrance, or got as close to it as we could. Police are out front, barricades, as you can imagine, guarding the entrance and sort of the block perimeter around it. But you can actually see the glass cracked, sort of the introductory glass panes, window panes as you walk in.
I don't know why CNN always does this. It's just like a CNN audio glitch. No one else, just CNN.
Cracked with what appear to be impact points on one of the window panes, but also on the lower portion of a revolving door as well. Remnants of what happened here in what unfolded in just a few minutes as this gunman walked in, started opening fire on the lobby, killing 3 people in the lobby, including a New York police officer, before heading up to the 33rd floor and killing a 4th person. That police officer killed 36-year-old Diderul Islam, an immigrant from Bangladesh, father of 2, expecting a 3rd. But we also just got in a statement that one of the other people killed was an employee for Blackstone. This building holds a number of different companies. Blackstone included the NFL as well. But this statement saying
Are you touching the mic cable? It keeps making a loud noise. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Even my own mods. No, dude, I'm not. No, it's the fucking CNN video that is making that loud noise. Every CNN video has this audio issue. Like every single one. Oh, God.
We are heartbroken to share that our colleague Wesley LePatner was among those who lost their lives. So we're continuing to learn more about the victims in this as well. And all of this as police are trying to push forward to some sort of motive to figure out what may have driven this person to do this. We're appearing to get a few clues. A source with knowledge of the investigation says that this person had a suicide note that talked about CTE, the traumatic brain injury that is typically brought on from playing high-impact sports like football. And this office does house the NFL, and we do understand from the NFL an employee was shot here. But that's just one piece of what is going to be a larger investigation, again, to zero in on a specific motive here. This shooter lived in Las Vegas prior to carrying this out, before driving across the country to this block where I'm standing and walking into that building and doing what they did. But bottom line, as security is beefed up at this building over the next weeks and potentially months, families will be mourning those lost in just a matter of minutes.
Absolutely. Omar, appreciate it. Thank you. John?
All right, with us now, John Miller, CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst. And John, you were doing real-time reporting on this throughout the evening, late into the night. I'm sure you didn't get much sleep, but what's the very latest you're learning now?
Well, we're learning bit by bit what his targeting was and how he ended up where he ended up. So as Omar told us, we see from that picture, he's walking up with an M4 rifle into the lobby, and then he opens fire. But he wants to get to the elevators. And this is one of those moments where he sees an elevator open, he walks into the elevator, a woman has heard the shots and sees the man with the rifle walking in. She walks off the elevator, which undoubtedly saved her life. He doesn't attempt to shoot her, but he takes the elevator to where it's going. It's one of those buildings like this one where you get in the elevator and the elevator is already programmed to your destination. He doesn't know what his destination is. His target, we believe, is the NFL. He has written this note about CTE. He's talked about how it's the NFL's fault. The NFL is on the 5th floor. We don't know this. He may have believed that that was the NFL building, very much like so many of the floors are occupied by Blackstone. He may have thought, whatever floor I get out on, it may be the NFL. But the door opened, and he walked off into the 33rd floor, which is the headquarters of Rudin Management, the company that runs that building and so many other buildings in Manhattan, and shot apparently the first person he encountered, a woman who was a long-time and cherished employee of the Rudins. So that gives us a little bit of a window into a lot of the questions that were coming up yesterday, which was, what was his target? Why did he end up there? Was that his target, or was that happenstance? And some of those questions we'll never know because we obviously can't talk to him, but it's coming together.
A somewhat haphazard route from Las Vegas by car all the way, and we were on together last night when you reported the information about the car that they found. It's because he double parked on Park Avenue outside the building, which in and of itself is highly unusual and erratic. But to double park there and just walk casually across that plaza with the assault weapon,
it tells us a few things. It at least suggests a few things strongly.
What is this? Why do you want to disarm the right, want to kill and imprison us? I actually want to know the logic. You went after me for calling you rich for getting free haircuts, but won't answer a limit question. Why disarmament fascists are running freely? Bro, you are the last type of dude who should have a gun, okay? Like, you are already mentally ill, clearly, that you're holding on for a fucking grievance like this, okay? Like, you are the last type of person that should have a gun, okay? I feel like you are the exact type of dude who's eventually going to either use that on me or someone else that pissed you off 8 years ago. It's not a grievance. You got your attention. Oh my God, brother. Let me tell you something, okay? Let me explain something to you. If you want a functional government, if you want a functioning government that cares about the welfare of all citizens, yes, reasonable, modest gun control is a necessity. We have too many guns in this fucking country. People act as though they need their guns to fucking fight against a fascist government. And it's like, the fascist government is here, okay? It's already here. What are you talking about? And most of the people that have guns will use it like this guy did. That's it. That's it, bro. That's it. That's it. That's it. There is some static with your mic, not an audio file. There's an issue with your mic. Take a week off, chatter.
Which is, he never stopped driving. Once we have him crossing through New Jersey, by way of Nebraska, Colorado, driving straight across the country. He crosses New Jersey at 4:34. License plate readers have him entering New York shortly thereafter. He double parks that car. Now, you can double park on Park Avenue and get towed.
Brother, are you good? You sound exhausted. I'm not good. I had to get my dental implant taken out one day after being put in because it didn't stick to the bone. Okay, so now I have a massive fucking carved out hole in my mouth and it hurts like a motherfucker. So yeah, I'm not good. I'm really bad, as a matter of fact. I'm in a really bad fucking mood. They didn't do a bone graft. They did. It just didn't work. We're doing another bone graft now. Okay? I'm in an incredible amount of pain.
Away in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But he knows, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back to this BMW. And I would suggest, based on the past cases we've seen, which are too many, that he wasn't coming back anywhere. I think the reason he did nothing to conceal that rifle was he knew, I'm walking in, I'm opening fire when I get there, I'm going to get as close to my target as I can, and I'm going to keep shooting. And when it's over, I'm going to take my own life, which is what he did.
Obviously, those are the questions being investigated right now. I expect we will learn more in the coming hours, largely because of your reporting on this. John Miller, thank you very much. Erica?
Joining me now is Chris Wecker, former FBI Assistant Director for the Criminal Investigative Division. Chris, good to have you with us this morning. Let's walk through what we know in this moment. There's been a lot of focus on the video that we have of the shooter as he walks into the building, and I'm going to play that if we can, because he's so calm, and I've also heard someone else describe it as almost purposeful. What do you see in those moments?
Yeah, I mean, he walked into probably the city with the most wired video network in our country, and proceeded to walk. I've been in that building. I served on a Blackstone-owned company after I retired from the FBI and went to board meetings there.
Was there another mini F? I didn't even see it. I didn't even notice it.
There's a big courtyard, and you see him walking through that courtyard. It's 6:30 or sometime after 6 o'clock. Not as much traffic, foot traffic, as you would normally see. And you can tell he's holding the M4 at his side. So he's making some effort to conceal the weapon. But it looks like to me, like, again, he is purposeful. He's going to engage anyone who tries to stop him from getting into that building. And of course, nobody did, because people don't walk around armed in New York City, and there's no police officer outside the building. So he gets inside and quickly ambushes the first threat that he sees, which is an off-duty NYPD police officer who's in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, it's hard to get your rational mind around this. This guy drives 30 some odd hours across country over the course of 2.5 days, jumps out of the car, gets right to it, and goes into a suicide mission. It's just really hard to fathom that.
Chris, appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
At least 4 people are dead, including an NYPD officer, after a gunman opened fire inside a Manhattan office building yesterday.
Alexis McAdams joins us live now from the scene of New York City's deadliest shooting in 25 years. Alexis.
Yeah, it's just horrible to see everybody walking around here, Brian, going to their workplace, wondering, if there's going to be more safety and security here in Midtown today, after we know a gunman pulled right up here on Park Avenue, got out of his BMW after he drove all the way here from Nevada, we're told, had an AR under his arm and walked into that office building behind me. He fired tons of bullets. I want to show you that it also shattered the lobby glass there. 4 people are dead this morning, including a woman who worked at Blackstone. They're saying that she was a huge member of their community. Her family is obviously grieving. It's just a sad situation. And then we know the NYPD officer was also shot. He was standing in the lobby there, and you can see there's lots of security out in front today. This is what we know about that officer. His name is
Didarul Islam. He's from Bangladesh, and he is an immigrant. I think he has 3 kids. Wife is pregnant with a 4th on the way, and now he's dead. He was off duty. And he was doing protection there.
Didarul Islam. He's 36 years old. He was working off-duty security at the building. This breaks your heart when you see his face and you think about what he went through and what his family went through when they got that call. Married, 2 little boys, his wife pregnant with a 3rd kid. Originally from Bangladesh, and the NYPD says he was a man of faith who paid the ultimate sacrifice.
He was doing the job that we asked him to do. He put himself in harm's way. He made the ultimate sacrifice, shot in cold blood, wearing a uniform that stood for the promise that he made to this city.
Yeah, and he did everything he could to try to keep people safe in there, working off-duty security, thinking, it was probably a safer place.
Now how you react if it was a white cop? Brother, what are you talking about? There are plenty of instances where cops have actually fucking worked to stop a mass shooting. Like, it doesn't matter what the race of the cop is. Are you fucking stupid? This is, what do I always say? This is the one time where cops are supposed to be fucking violent. Like, this is the instance. This is the appropriate instance. This is the whole purpose. Why are you guys so stupid that you immediately like racialize this? White cop, black cop, brown cop, doesn't fucking matter. This is the point of police. I think a lot of people just ascribe whatever kind of value that they think I have here, and assume that like my assessment is like, oh no cops at all, at no point. Like, I think you just don't care.
Place and being on
probably because there's a lot of anti-police shadows. I don't give a shit, dude. What do you mean? There's a variety of there's Nazis in this chat. Does that mean my position is reflective of Nazis? No. God.
the streets of New York. This is the gunman, according to the police. That's 27-year-old Shane Tamira. Investigators say he drove here from Nevada. Inside of his car were some clues that he parked right in front of the building, including medication, ammunition, and another gun. Investigators say the meds were for his, quote, documented mental health history. There are also several high-profile tenants inside of this building: Blackstone, KPMG, and the NFL headquarters. And according to an internal memo that was obtained by Fox Digital, the NFL commissioner says one of their employees was shot and injured in the attack and is still in the hospital. Listen to this, though, because we've been talking about why did this happen, right? Well, according to Mayor Eric Adams, who just did an interview a short time ago, you guys, this guy played football in high school and had a note in his pocket when his body was found, claiming he suffered from CTE. Adams says that he blamed, according to the note, the suspect, all of his struggles on football. The note also mentioned the NFL could be a motive, and that is still a question this morning. So back out here live, we're going to try to figure all of that out. But to know, that he left a note behind, that's new information that the mayor of New York City was just talking about, knowing that this guy armed with that AR knew exactly what he was doing when he came here at 6:30 on a Monday and went up to that specific floor before he took his own life.
Clearly, he didn't know exactly what he was doing,
Alexis.
considering that he
He,
didn't even go to the fucking right floor.
Parked his car, just kind of stopped it right in the middle of Park Avenue, left the door open. It was a BMW. He had driven cross country. Walks right in with this long weapon, and you can see in some of the pictures, if we zoomed out on this picture, which I saw on social media, you can just see people in the background, like walking into work. They didn't notice it. New Yorkers, we're all to ourselves, and we're so busy, and people are on their phones, and everyone's just walking on the street that no one saw this. So he walked right in.
And what about the fact he wasn't worried?
The conspiracy guys are in here. He got the Blackstone CEO. I think the note is fabricated. I don't think you guys understand. Companies like this have a shit ton of executives, okay? I think the NFL thing is fake. I ain't seen the note. Like, you have to think what is the point? Like, what is the purpose? Why would he just not say he's trying to kill the Blackstone CEO if that's the case? Meanwhile, the fact that he shot himself in the chest to commit suicide instead of in the head to commit suicide, and a note that was left behind that pointed to CTE, considering that the building is also the NFL building, like all of those, you have to look at every single piece of evidence that is readily available before immediately rushing to the conspiracy. Yes, the profile of the victims is important. The profile of the victims is important. That's a major part of the evidence. That's a major piece. That's key evidence, right? To try to make an assessment on what the motives are. But a higher degree, like a piece of evidence as a higher value, is the profile of the shooter, and also on top of that, like some of the actions that he took, and if there is a note that was left behind or not. Do you understand?
About getting stopped.
Yeah, right.
In fact, I mean, look how wide open that is.
I'm just surprised in New York City you see someone with a rifle. I mean, if you saw this in Texas, I mean, that's just every day.
And he somehow went to the 33rd floor rather than the 5th floor, just so happening to be the office of the building owner / real estate mogul in Blackstone. Yeah, I think the 33rd floor instead of the 5th floor where the NFL is because I suspect some of these buildings, you can go up to the building management office, which is where the 33rd floor is. It could also be that like someone actually pressed the 30, like those are pre-assigned. Like you have to be sent to a floor. If you've ever been in one of these buildings in New York City, I don't know the elevator, the type of the type of elevators they have there, but some of them have elevators that take you up to a specific floor unless you have the badge. Yes, the reporter said the destinations are predetermined when you get on. Exactly. So may have thought that he was going up to he may have thought that he was going up to the NFL floor, but he actually arrived at the 33rd floor. And then clearly he was just like interested in shooting as many people as possible regardless.
You see a guy walking in with a rifle in Texas?
Oh, 100%.
I worked in that building. You need a badge to swipe up on the elevator to get to most floors. That's why he ended up on the building management floor. It doesn't need a badge swipe. It's an open floor. Yeah. You know how when you go to your friend's apartment or something, your apartment complex, and they have pre-assigned parking spots? It's kind of like that, like visitor parking spots for the management company. Many of those buildings, many of those commercial real estate buildings will also have the management company floor that you can go to freely without being badged in. It's kind of like that. We don't all have rich friends, sorry. I'm going to literally, I'm gonna perish. I'm not even gonna Brian kill me. I'm just gonna perish because I had to respond to too many stupid chatters. The first instance of a death caused by responding to the dumbest person on the planet. What do you mean? Like what? Oh my God, I am so unrelatable because I said you sometimes visit friends that live in apartments. What an unrelatable story I just brought up. Yeah, what are friends? I do not have one. I have never visited a friend. Like, it's not like I said, you know, when you go to your multi-million-dollar friend, your billionaire friend's house that's in the fucking mountains, and you can only get there via helicopter. I said, like, when you visit your friend in a different apartment.
All the time.
But he could have had a gun. He has a handgun.
Well, you can have a handgun or a rifle in Texas, so it really doesn't matter. But to see that in New York City, where it's so harsh, that's one thing. But you talked to Chris Swecker earlier, Brian.
Yeah, so he used to, not only was he the assistant FBI director, but he used to have to guard Bank of America, and he'd have to design the defense of Bank of America. Here's what he said stands out to him.
This building was typical building security in New York City, a security desk. They got turnstiles. You check in at the desk. You get a badge. They probably take your picture. You go up to your floor unescorted. So it's okay security, but as a security specialist, I was head of security at Bank of America after I retired from the FBI. I believe that security has to be visible. If you're gonna use security as a deterrent from this sort of thing, and protection for the people inside the building, there's no sense having security inside if you don't have it outside. This type of mental illness is the most dangerous kind because they can act with purpose and almost rationality. They can plan. But yet, obviously there's some type of mental illness involved here.
He also talked about being visible, that he noticed that the incidents went down for crime when they had people outside, when it was visible that security was outside. But in most of these New York City office buildings, you have to walk in the lobby, then you have to check in. If you work there, you use your badge to swipe through. Then that takes you through the turnstile. And then to walk in any door, you need to have your badge.
It's difficult. So Mayor Adams is, in a new report, in a new interview, is saying that there was a note by the shooter that talks about CTE. I think a lot of people are making the connection with CTE and the NFL being office in this building as well. So I'm sure the FBI's BAU unit, behavior analysis unit, is trying to make some sort of connection there. Also, apparently, to Mayor Adams' point, he's a cop as well. He said that he went to the wrong elevator bank as well. So he didn't know exactly where he was going. So they're probably processing all that this morning.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Yeah, they have to do door control type narratives because they can't say gun control. It's a big no-no. It's not allowed. So they got to point the finger of blame at anything they can. And it gets increasingly dumber and dumber until you arrive at the idea that it's all a conspiracy or a false flag to implement gun control or something.
Flags are flying at half-staff across New York as the city reels from its most deadly shooting attack in some 25 years. The security camera captures the gunman, 27-year-old Shane Tamura, as he walks toward a Park Avenue high-rise, carrying an M4 assault-style rifle by his side. Police say he opened fire in the lobby, got into an elevator, and then traveled to the 33rd floor where he opened fire again. Police say he killed 4 people and then killed himself. Witnesses describe the terror.
When I heard all these loud bangs, no idea what it was. Turned around, I thought the ceiling was going to collapse or something. I turned around, all these people were running.
The building houses corporate offices of the NFL, and a source says the killer had a suicide note voicing grievances with the league. This is what New York's mayor said this morning.
From our preliminary investigation, he took the wrong elevator bank up to...
We're going to talk about different things? No, we're just going to talk about this. Sorry. Take a week off. We're going to talk about this for the rest of the week.
The NFL headquarters. Instead, it took him to Rudin Management, and that is where he carried out additional shootings and took the lives of additional employees.
Manhattan reeling after a lone gunman killed 4 people before fatally shooting himself in a Park Avenue skyscraper Monday night in Manhattan, marking New York City's deadliest mass shooting in some 25 years. And we just learned that the gunman worked the Horseshoe Las Vegas Hotel and Casino as a surveillance department employee. Joining us now is the New York City Mayor, Eric Adams. Mayor, thanks so much for joining us. I wish we were talking about something more pleasant than this. My deepest condolences are with the police department and your city right now. Have investigators shed any more light on what may have been the motive for this attack?
The investigation is continuing. We're sending 2 teams to Las Vegas, one to execute a search warrant and the other to look at the 2 firearms and guns that were recovered. The motives appeared to be connected to the shooter's belief that he was suffering from CTE and he was an ex-NFL player. Those items just don't pan out. He never played for the NFL. And so we're still unraveling this terrible shooting that took place in the city.
Yeah, he never played for the NFL, never played college football. He did play high school football. New York authorities, as you well know, Mayor, found prescription medication, a loaded revolver, and more ammunition in the suspect's car.
Yeah, Eric Adams has CTE, bro. I mean, what the fuck? The shooter said he played for the NFL. No, he didn't. And he didn't actually play for the NFL.
Which was double parked on Park Avenue right across from that building. Were there any indications he was planning additional violence elsewhere in New York besides the Park Avenue office building?
Not at this time. We had a large number of bullets that were found in the car, but at this time, the investigation has not concluded if he was going to take more actions.
What about the medication that police found in his car? Did that have anything to do with the suspect's mental health issues?
It's still under investigation. As you can imagine, this is still...
Bro, shooting yourself in the chest when you're committing suicide in a situation like this is actually yet another major indication that this is like somewhat CTE related. Or regardless of his mental health issues, like he clearly thought he has CTE and wanted the medical examiner to study his brain. Okay? Like that's it. He wanted to survive? No, he wanted his brain to be studied. Yeah, Junior Seau did the same thing. Like there's other people that have actually committed suicide and have left a note specifically asking for their brain to be studied. If he shot himself in the head, he wouldn't be able to. He wouldn't have his brain. He wouldn't be able to get his brain studied. His CTE diagnosis only comes after death. As it stands currently. CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. It's just you get concussed too much, and then your brain actually turns, like your brain size gets smaller and smaller. He played professionally. On May 2nd, 2012, Seau was found dead with a gunshot wound to the chest at his home in Oceanside. Authorities ruled his death a suicide. He left no suicide note, but did leave a piece of paper in the kitchen of his home with lyrics he scribbled his favorite country song, Who I Ain't. Seau deaths recalled a 2011 suicide of former NFL player Dave Duerson, who shot himself in the chest and left a suicide note requesting that his brain be studied for brain trauma. Encephalopathy. Encephalopathy. Seau had no prior reported history of concussion, but his ex-wife said he did sustain concussions during his career. He always bounced back and kept playing. Oh, fuck. Oh. Seau wasn't just a professional football player. He was a Hall of Famer. Yes. It's from repeated hits, not concussions. Wait, what? It's definitely from concussions. The hits cause concussions.
Relatively new. It's less than 24 hours. The shooting took place around 6:20 something last night. And so,
no, you can be hit without getting concussed. Isn't it like repeated hits causing minor concussions? Yeah, isn't that what it is? They're tiny repeated hits. It's not just concussions.
So there are many layers of the investigation that we have to peel back to sort of get a full understanding of what took place here and what motivated a shooting of this magnitude. And as you indicated, we lost a young officer who has 2 children and a child on the way. It was just a devastating impact what happened to Officer Islam.
And you don't have to get it in the NFL either. You can literally it can happen in high school. Like any amount of playing football can cause it. or not even just football, just like contact sports in general. But
well as
football is the one that's like most, where it's most common.
The victims.
It's so heartbreaking indeed. I know it's still very early in the investigation, Mayor. Is there any indication, at least so far, that the suspect was on the radar of any illegal authorities?
No, not at all. And what's challenging, Wolf, is that we have done an amazing job here in removing illegal guns and weapons off our streets, but this came into our city. Many of the other jurisdictions have a more lax gun policies. It appears as though this individual had a permit to obtain firearms, and we really need to look at allowing our federal law enforcement officials to look into the database of those with severe mental health illness. Should they be allowed to carry firearms? This is a conversation that is going to be carried out on the federal level, but he was not on our radar.
I mean, this part is not even wrong. It's Eric Adams saying it, so it comes across as wrong no matter what, because he's the most wrong man in America, but he's not wrong. It's just like, even if you have a city where you have the proper gun control and have been able to greatly limit gun violence in your city as a consequence of proper gun control, you can't stop people bringing in firearms from other states, you know? This is precisely the reason why Chicago has gun violence problems. The overwhelming majority, I think it's like 90% of guns that are 90% of guns that are caught, like that are used in crimes, gun violence related crimes in Chicago, come from neighboring states.
At all.
Will they be doing an autopsy, and will authorities be testing the suspect's brain for what's called CTE?
The ME, the medical examiner here in the city, he would make that determination on the next steps in collaboration with the district attorney in Manhattan County.
We know, Mayor, that one woman who encountered the shooter in the elevator was spared. Have you or investigators spoken to her, and how is she doing, and what did she have to say?
Yeah, it was pretty eerie when you looked at the video.
It's really weird because, like, many of the factors that contribute to this are like, there are two major factors here. One is CTE, most likely, and the other is readily available guns. Okay, accessibility of weapons, and both are no-nos because they're directly tied back to corporate profits. Corporate profits for gun manufacturers and corporate profits for the NFL. So in this unique situation, no one wants to fucking talk about either of the real reasons as to why this is taking place. Bunch of psychos in this chat supporting terrorist Hasan. Ugh. Everyone and their mothers have basically come to the recognition that we have been at, which is the reason why people call me a terrorist, that what Israel is doing is unconscionable. And there are still people who come in here tirelessly day after day as Israel continues starving children to be like, dude, you're a terrorist. And you have people who support terrorism. No one here supports Israel. Okay? Israel is the real terrorist in this equation. It's very odd that you guys still try to do this when public opinion on this has changed so much. Like, if you were to maybe go outside for a brief moment and have a conversation with another human being, you would realize that you are actually in the minority here. Okay? It's so strange to keep holding on to this notion that, like, and many of those guys will turn around and still be like, well, you know, Israel's doing wrong stuff, but you're still a terrorist. It's like, no one believes this. No one agrees with you. The only people that agree with you are like in Discord servers that you frequent. Please go outside. Okay, please.
Wolf, you saw that after the suspect shot several individuals, he came in contact with a woman who was leaving the elevator, and he allowed her to walk past him without any action at all. And he just shot one of the security guards who was behind the desk. And so that is going to be part of the investigation and the interviews that will follow.
Was the suspect's concealed firearms permit that was issued in Nevada back in 2022 still active? And what do we know about the permit or any of the gun purchases?
We're looking into that. That is why our team is going to Las Vegas to do a thorough investigation into the firearms to find out were they legally possessed, and were they on his permit, and was he allowed to follow? But that is part of the ongoing investigation that our detectives are going to carry out in Las Vegas.
As you know, President Trump issued a statement earlier this morning from Scotland saying he's been briefed on the shooting, and he expressed his condolences. Have you actually, Mayor, spoken to the president since last night's shooting? And if so, what did he have to say?
No, I have not, and we thank him for his kind words for all of the victims and for our slain officer. I have communicated with our federal authorities, and our teams are doing the same. They are assisting us as we move forward in this investigation.
Finally, Mayor, I know you spoke with police officer Didarul Islam's family, the New York police officer who was killed. You are a former police officer yourself, so what's your message to his family and the family of the other victims?
A painful moments, and everyone who puts on a uniform, we do it with the full understanding that we're going to run towards danger as others will run away. And this was his dad's only son. And, you know, as a father with one child and a son, I could only imagine how painful it is. And I shared that with him and his family, and we thanked them for their service. This is a fine family. This was a fine young man that believed in faith, believed in fatherhood, and believed in protecting the city of New York.
And as I said, our deepest condolences to his family. May he rest in peace, and may his memory be a blessing. Mayor Eric Adams of New York, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah. This is, I mean, we know how this happens. It's the only country where it happens so frequently. No other country has this kind of issue, or when it happens one time in another country, they very quickly solve it. It's not a natural disaster. It is completely avoidable. It's completely preventable. It's a matter of political will. It's a matter of the government taking the correct action in this case, which they never will. What else is there to say? I will say this much. Zohran Mamdani had a tweet about this. He said, "I'm heartbroken to learn of the horrific shooting in Midtown, and I'm holding the victims, their families, and the NYPD officer in critical condition in my thoughts. Grateful for all of our first responders on the ground." And Edward Isaac Dover, who is supposed to be an unbiased CNN reporter, had this to say. Remember, as I've said, Edward Isaac Dover is like the #1 anti-Bernie guy. He's an absolute psychopath. Here's what he said. As the casualties of the shooting are assessed, including the Bangladeshi immigrant who was the off-duty officer killed while working security, the only statement from the New York City Dem mayoral nominee remains this tweet, sent while he is still in Uganda for wedding celebrations. He is such a bad faith hatchet man. He's such a piece of shit. Yeah, he is such a fucking bad faith piece of shit. That's why I said, you know, I remember his name. He's always been a bad faith hack. It's also crazy because, like, Zoran is not the mayor currently. He's not the mayor currently. Eric Adams is. On February 24th, Smith said in a group message to the rest of the crisis team, just talked to Edward Isaac Dover at The Atlantic. He's very hard on our side on this. When asked for clarification, Smith replied, total mind meld. He says he could be convinced to write something on Andrew because he thinks this whole thing is bullshit. Dover, who now also works at CNN, did indeed write something for The Atlantic on Cuomo, which took the shape of the unfortunately titled story of course, Andrew Cuomo isn't going to resign. He was a massive, massive anti-Bernie guy. He's always been a hatchet man for the DNC. He despises anyone to the left of Nancy Pelosi, basically. And here he is biting off more than he can chew once again. He will just perpetually be on the wrong side of every issue because he is ideologically bound to the DNC position, like the centrist liberal position. Anyway, we got some updates on Trump as well. There is also, speaking of Zoran, there's a new New York City mayoral general election poll from Zenith Polls and Public Progress. The most comprehensive poll of the race finds Mamdani with a commanding 28-point lead in a five-way race and getting over 50% head-to-head versus Cuomo. This is from Adam Carlson, who blocked me a long time ago, but I think he's been pretty good on this stuff. Here are some top line from the stats. 85% of young men support Zoran Mamdani. 75% of young women support Zoran Mamdani. 67% of Jewish people aged 18 to 44 support Zoran Mamdani. 65% of black people aged 18 to 44 support Zoran Mamdani. Would you have guessed any of that with how the media has covered all of this? Obviously, no poll is perfect, and you shouldn't get comfortable. But my point is, Zoran Mamdani is doing a lot better than the way the media has covered him. Post-primary poll data by Data for Progress suggests Mamdani's criticism of Israel and support for Palestinians attracted voters. Who could have told you that? Who kept repeating this over and over again? Yes, I'm going to do Crystal Ball's Slotkin interview as well, where she destroys Eliza Slotkin. 78% of Dem voters agree with Mamdani's belief that Israel was committing a genocide in Gaza, and 63% back his pledge to arrest Netanyahu. Yeah, 60% of Dems are more likely to support a candidate who doesn't visit Israel. Mamdani drew fire from his rivals for saying he wouldn't want to travel to Israel as mayor. According to the poll, 60% of Democratic Party voters, primary voters, said they are more likely to support a candidate who declines to visit Israel by citing the need to focus on local issues. I kept repeating this over and over again throughout the past election. This didn't happen overnight. This kind of enmity did not come across overnight. Seems increasingly obvious that Gaza is going to be the defining wedge issue in the 2028 Dem primary. Holy Toledo. Here is Harry Enton talking about it as well. There's more information coming out on this as well because Israel's starvation campaign is continuing. 2/3 or more of the New York City Democrat primary voters agree with Zoran Mamdani's position on Israel, including arresting Bibi. 57% say they might oppose Dems who don't endorse Mamdani for mayor. That includes party's two Brooklyn-based leaders in Congress. This is something that they are incredibly fearful of. It is not Zoran Mamdani's failure that people are fearful of. Democrats are worried that he will succeed. Democrats are worried that he has succeeded. Because when he succeeds, people are emboldened. Okay? When he succeeds, people go, hold up. We can demand more from our politicians. Why aren't you like him? It turns out there are people who can just say fuck Israel and like still win. And I say fuck Israel. I think it's fuck Israel o'clock. Why aren't you saying it? That's it. Here's the new Gallup poll on this as well. American support for Israel's military campaign against Hamas is called to a new low, 32%. Still, 71% of Republicans approve Israel's actions in Gaza. Just 8% of Democrats back the Israeli government's war plans. %. And by the way, remember, Democrats were already at 18% in January. Okay? Only 18% of Democrats were in favor of Israel's actions in Gaza in January of 2024. This was always an incredibly partisan problem. The very fact that our Democrats our politicians did not actually respond to this major issue of crisis, major conflict, major moral problem is ridiculous. Who was out here? New polling commissioned by Semaphore shows how the anti-Israel craze has remade the Democrat Party. 78% of Democratic primary voters in New York City believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. Democrats are going to have to start deciding if they'd rather avoid criticism for AIPAC or win elections. I want you to understand something. This is why I kept saying over and over again that this was a non-starter even in the election cycle. This did not change overnight. Make no mistake, the very same problems, the very same attitude that people are now coming to recognize existed already within the Democratic Party's base of support. This is why I kept saying over and over again that Kamala Harris avoiding this issue is idiotic. Okay? Remember that. This is why I kept repeating over and over again that you can't just simply say, oh, dude, Muslims need to shut the fuck up and suck it up and vote for Kamala Harris. It's like, this is a major problem. This is a major problem for the Democrats if they don't address it. And they didn't address it, and they lost the election. They were willing to throw the election away in favor of a psychopathic fascist like Donald Trump, who would seize control of every fucking facet of government and ruin what remains of the moral fabric that holds society together, specifically so they could avoid talking about Israel. As Israel kept doing is genocide. Okay? And now you have all of these prominent Democrats finally coming to that fucking conclusion. Now you have the media finally covering this issue. I cannot repeat this enough, okay? We were fucking right from the start, and they lied about it. The media lied about it. The media obfuscated the truth. The media kept repeatedly making it seem as though there was actually a base in the Democratic Party's a base of support that demanded more in terms of defending Israel, in terms of continuing Israel's genocide. That was always bullshit. That was never real. And I kept repeating over and over and over again that if they don't care about the moral calculation here, if they didn't care about the immorality of supporting a genocide, at least they could have taken a position from a totally cynical, amoral, bloodless election-focused attitude. They could have just literally faked their support for Palestinians, specifically because they want to win the election, because it is a popular winning issue. And yet on both fronts, I kept getting yelled at. I mean, look at the pod Johns now versus like the conversation that I had leading up to the election. I want to show you something here.
And I don't think Democratic candidates should take money from AIPAC or vote to fund military support for Israel anymore. Like, I really don't. In this government, absolutely not. And that especially includes I think the next Democratic nominee for president.
Things I want to see Democrats at least calling for is cutting off military assistance to Israel. It's a rich country, by the way. They don't need our $3 billion a year. And hands up, right? Barack Obama signed a 10-year MOU for $3.3 billion a year. Like, so you're part of the problem here. Let's correct it. I would like to see talk about sanctioning Israeli government officials who use genocidal rhetoric or who talk about ethnic cleansing openly. We should support a ceasefire resolution at the UN. We should demand that international press be allowed into the Gaza Strip to report on what's happening without an IDF minder. It's insane. The press still can't go into Gaza and cover what's happening. And I also think, like, there has to be a total mindset change in the Democratic Party. When the war ends, we are not going back to the pre-October 7th status quo, because it's not where the party is. It's not where the world is. We're not going to shovel billions a year in military aid. We're not going to veto every effort to recognize a Palestinian state at the UN. We should not take money from AIPAC. And, like, I will hold out hope for better political leadership in the U.S. and in Israel. But we have to also recognize that the Biden era hug Bibi Netanyahu strategy has to be thrown.
Look, if you're a dude under the age of 30, this is when I was ringing the alarm bells offline with Jon Favreau before the election. Hasan Piker on Trump's bro strategy, right-wing media, and Harris's chance in the 2024 election. There's also a point that I make about Kamala and I think it's like here where I talk about politics, like Israel.
Because I think we could have an entire other conversation about the policy around Gaza. I think it continues to be catastrophic policy. I think on the
genuinely trying to win every voter, you would have put a Palestinian at the DNC to come out and speak. You would have had Ruva come out and speak at the DNC and endorse Kamala Harris. You would have tried to not get into the Humphrey trap and you know, part as best as you can, try to desperately show the American population that you're at least marginally different than Joe Biden on this issue. You wouldn't be running towards Joe Biden on this issue. That's even a more holistic problem, I think, with the Kamala Harris campaign in terms of, like, remember, this is before the election. This is before the election. This is before the election. Every media opportunity she has nowadays, she will be like, I'm just like Joe Biden. I am Joe Biden. I love Joe Biden. I love Dick Cheney. And the only difference I have between me and Joe Biden is that I will have a Republican in my administration. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I get that they have completely changed their messaging strategy and their strategy on the ground to, like, flip Republican suburb, like, you know, educated small business owner, white former Republican voters, and, like, flip them to go along with, like, a managed, a less volatile Republican framework. Like, that's what they're communicating.
Yeah.
To those people.
I think okay. First of all,
but you're leaving a lot of people you're leaving a lot of people aside, is basically what I'm saying.
I'm going to separate the policy from the politics, because I think we could have an entire other conversation about the policy around Gaza. I think it continues to be catastrophic policy. I think on the politics of this would have been
So, see, this is what I mean. Like, I think John here was, like, holding on to, you know, I much love for Jon Favreau. Okay. The Pod Johns have always been, have always been in welcoming to my position, even challenging their positions. Right. Is policy not politics? No. Stop. Guys, we're political commentators. What he's doing is responding to what I always do. I talk about policy and then I talk about politics. These are two separate things. Calm down. Okay? He's saying that he's separating politics and policy because I started off the conversation like this. Okay? What do I always say? I say Republicans have horrible policies, but they play good politics. Okay? As in, they set up wedge issues and they really hammer it. And obviously, the legislative agenda is bad. That's the policy side, because it's damaging to the public. But politics is different. Politics is what you focus on and how you win elections. What kind of tricks you're willing to pull in an effort to win an election. What kind of issues you even focus on. What kind of things you turn into issues to begin with. Like trans issues, right? That's politics. banning HRT is policy. Okay? Yeah, politics is a discussion around electoral vote seeking. What gains you votes? They were under the mistaken assumption that supporting Israel would gain votes, and the proof is proven that to no longer be true. But the point I was trying to make is that these guys, for some reason, and I don't know why, because I thought this was what he's about to say here is very informative. He just pulls some information that is just completely untrue. Look.
Easy win. And they should have had a Palestinian American speak at the convention. I was just in Michigan talking to a lot of folks on the ground, some pretty progressive folks as well, who know the state really well. And they said, the challenge here is we are extremely worried about the Muslim and Arab American vote in Michigan. We are also worried about Jewish vote in Michigan as well, because there's a lot of, we're fielding calls from folks in Dearborn, folks in Ann Arbor being like, not going to vote for the Democratic ticket, and then fielding calls from folks in the suburbs being like, I'm a Jewish Democrat. I've been Democrat all my life. I can't vote for the ticket this time because they haven't been sufficient. What? I know, but this is the. I'm just telling you. I don't fucking like it.
Haaretz conducted a study that showed that Jewish Americans list Israel as their 9th priority out of 10. It's the 9th priority in the top 10. Now you might say it's because, both parties it's uniparty on Israel, and that is the case. That's directly the case. It only goes more right. It's either full tilt genocide plus annexation of West Bank, which is what Donald Trump was most likely going to do, or full tilt genocide and maybe annexation of West Bank later down the line when the Republican does it and then the Democratic Party doesn't reverse that decision. So on that front, maybe that's the reason why he's uniparty, but I don't believe that, especially for young Jewish voters as well. Young Jews that are not getting the same media diet that older voters have gotten across the board.
Definitely generational.
Yeah, have the
Very
almost exact same
for sure
issue divide on Israel-Palestine. It is exactly the same with every other demographic. If you're remember, this is before the election. This is me talking about the issue of Palestine and how much the Democrats are fucking up and how much they have fucked up. This is a month out from the election. Okay? This is a month out from the election. This was this was after 1 year of Israel doing a genocide. And every single point that I brought up, immigration in the media and Kamala's campaign and all of its fucking failures, are now the number one priority amongst the media. Now everyone is saying it. Okay? Every single person has arrived at the conclusions that I brought up here. There's a reason why, regardless of what random dumb fucks online claim about my acumen, about my political perspectives or whatever, that these guys who are supposed to be the, serious commentators have a very different opinion about what I suggest. Here's from a month ago. Great interview, and I'm watching this June after the election. And man, Hasan Piker nailed all of it. But Democrats, not even you, John, struggle to hear what he's saying. You look at it and try to manipulate every mini demographic, but you don't look at what's universal. Just now listening to this, how spot on it was. This is a month ago. Delusional men doing the nonsense blabbing. Piker is pure propaganda, not too bright, obviously. Left-wing, zero common sense voters voted. Okay. Hasan is a terrorist supporter 5 months ago. Young people see right-wing ideology every single day. The fact that people think Jake's nephew is a man of reason is pathetic. Okay, you got right-wing brigaders. Whatever, bro. You're so predictable. You just say the right thing, but you say it ahead of time when it's too early for the current lib Overton window. That's it. That is what it is. Now, my expectation isn't that people take note of what I'm saying and listen to me 100%. But especially after the Zoran victory at this point, the way I have explained how Democrats could win elections, Zoran proved. Those were the new comments, not the top comments. Those were I sorted the new comments. Dude fucking nailed what happened this week. People went back and watched it right after the election. Bro was spitting facts and no one in the Democratic Party was listening. My point is, what were the motives that caused? You should make a career out of this. That's funny. Yeah, if only had a career as a political commentator. My point is this. Okay, what were the motives? What were the personal biases that you had leading up to the election that caused you to hear something like this and go, I don't believe it? Okay. Was phone? Yeah. That's it. That's it. Because if you go back and watch that interview before the election, you will see me nail every single major point, whether it be ringing the alarm bells for young men swinging to the right dramatically, a lot worse than people thought. At that point, people weren't fully aware of this. The issue of immigration and how Democrats have communicated this problem and how it could swing and how it will swing back to a place of normalcy. But the Democrats shouldn't wait for that to happen, but instead should have early on communicated a counter message against like whatever the Republicans were presenting as like immigrants posing a problem. Yeah, Muslim voters make up 2.8% of the total Michigan electorate. Total Jewish should also be 1.2%. This discounts a big Lebanese population, Christian Arabs, but also a lot of especially younger Jews have been leading the protest movement against Israel's genocide. One Democratic strategist who's been polling Michigan told Jewish Insider, 1% of the Michigan electorate is Muslim. To watch the media talk, you'd think it was 30%. Jews comprise 2% of the Michigan electorate. Both are very small numbers, but one is twice as large as the other. Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. All of the experts in liberal media at the time said this was wrong over and over again. New York Times, Washington Post, MSNBC, even the Podjahs, who are more favorable to my position, and they did not listen. At a certain point, you have to realize, like, it's either one of two things. One, they're too stuck in their own echo chambers to realize that that leftist commentators are certainly ahead of the game here and have a better understanding of the fucking environment, than both the media environment and also what regular people are demanding. Or they are deliberately avoiding talking to people like myself or listening to people like myself and responding to the demands that we are making because they don't want to win. For some, it's both. I mean, I got fucking kicked out of the DNC, remember, for this position that I have that, like, even at that point, the majority of Democratic Party voters had. Okay? They kicked me out of the DNC for the position that the overwhelming majority of the Democratic Party held. This change did not happen overnight, chat. You need to understand. That could define the election. This change in attitude didn't happen overnight. It played a role in the election as well. And liberals on TikTok still try to say you didn't even get kicked out of the DNC and left on your own. I don't care. Those guys are professionally wrong, and ironically enough, they're not even paid to be wrong. They want to get paid by the Democratic Party, but they're not getting paid by the Democratic Party. So they're just wrong. That's it. But this, like, I want you to understand it. It's good that there is now like a major sea change here and an attitude shift here. Okay. Let's take a look.
You know, Benjamin Netanyahu, if you look at polling in the United States, he is lost in the court of public opinion. I want you to take a look here at his net favorable rating. It is the lowest on record, according to Gallup, and they have records going all the way back since the 1990s. What are we talking about here? Well, in April of 2019, before, obviously, Israel in Gaza and the latest war that's been going on for a long time, Benjamin Netanyahu was on the positive side at plus 13 points. Look at where he is today, minus 23 points. My goodness gracious. You look at those under the age of 35, his net favorable rating at this point, get this, 53 points underwater. My God. And this, of course, has everything to do with Israel's actions in Gaza. The American people at this particular point not exactly liking what they're seeing, and they believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is in large part responsible.
So to that point, how do Americans feel about Israel's actions in Gaza right now?
Yeah, so let's take a look at this. I mean, net approval, Israel's military acts in Gaza. You go back to November of 2023, it was on the positive side of the ledger, plus 5 points. I bet if you even go back a little bit further, it'd be a little bit higher, but Gallup only measured in November of 2023 at plus 5 points. Look at here where we are in July of 2025. Way down there at minus 28 points. Among those under the age of 35, get this, a negative 73-point net approval rating. This is all being led. All the negative opinions towards Israel and their acts in Gaza are being led by the younger folks in the electorate. Negative 73 points on the net approval rating. You rarely ever see numbers that low, and that is charging up this number, 28 points underwater. The net approval rating of Israel's military acts in Gaza. The American people do not like what they're seeing and increasingly dislike what they're seeing.
That is really a shift. And this is leading to a number of other feelings when it comes to Israel in general. As we look at that, and also questions about Palestinians and whether to recognize the state of Palestine, that's back in the news because of Emmanuel Macron. Where do we stand on some of those questions?
Yeah, so, for the longest period of time, Americans have sympathized more with the Israelis than the Palestinians. That's still the case, but it's only by plus 5. You go back to May of 2024, it was plus 17. Right after October 7th, look at this, it was plus 48. In 2017, it was plus 39 points.
The sea change is good, but don't let the media elite have a pass, brother. Holy fuck. When did I do that? They're still dropping the ball. They're still not far enough on this equation.
That is a dramatic drop. That is, what is that, a 43-point drop since the aftermath of October 7th. And again, under the age of 50, you look at those younger voters, it was plus 38 Israelis all the way back in 2017. You look now, it is plus 19 Palestinians. There has simply put been a complete change of opinion on this topic, and it has been at least driven in large part by how Americans view the military actions of Israel in Gaza.
It was fascinating to see those numbers, Harry. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
What's crazy about this is that this attitude shift has taken place in spite of the delicate and, dare I say, desperate attempts of the media manufacturing consent for Israel, trying to contextualize Israel's violence, trying to make it seem like it's appropriate, like their response is appropriate, constantly bringing up October 7. I think to some extent this rhetorical shift is good and fine, but buried in this exchange is, I think, going to be the compromise position that seeks to get pro-genocide establishment Dems off a lesser charge, namely the one bad man theory of pinning this all on Netanyahu. That is what I think is going to happen as well. Benjamin Netanyahu has always been the off-ramp, and I think the Democrat position is eventually going to move towards the Benjamin Netanyahu who is single-handedly responsible for all of this. 2028 primary candidates pledging not to fund Israel's military offensively is kind of meaningless. Biden pledged the same thing about Saudi Arabia in 2020 and proceeded to sell them $300 million in weapons. Track record will matter, not vague and slippery pledges. I truly wish polls in Israel showed more dissent than they actually do, but they don't. This was not one bad man. It was almost the entirety of one country, a decent percent of the U.S. population and elites in both U.S. parties. Netanyahu didn't force any of these people to do anything. It's true. Adolf Hitler wasn't the only person responsible for the Holocaust, okay? There is such a cold detachment of the issue regarding these polls. I know they represented the shift, of course, but even if the shift didn't happen, media's role in justifying what we've seen is too glaring to ignore. I agree, but there's not anything you can do. Like, the only thing we can do is keep up the pressure and to spread the word to the best of our ability. That is what Palestinians want out of us as well. That's it. What more can you do? The thing is, it's working. So there is no reason to give up now. Because the attitude shift will create even more pressure. And once there's more pressure and it becomes an even more unavoidable issue, people have to change their attitudes on the political front. Because now it's bad politics. Once it's bad politics and politicians actually create an even larger permission structure to say fuck Israel, okay, that movement will only grow. Do you understand? We are already seeing the rats jump ship. Only 13% of New York City voters don't think Israel is committing a genocide. And for months, the New York Times would throw out Mamdani's position Israel was committing a genocide like it was a fringe far-left neurosis. Not once mentioning is the position of the Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, Doctors Without Borders, and most genocide scholars. People watching countless images of child maiming and killing for almost 2 years respond by being very angry at the party doing it. It must be hate and a craze, and not a normal response to feeling powerless in the face of unspeakable horrors paid with your tax money. Okay? It is not a craze. Olivia Reingold tries to claim that it's a craze because she writes for the Free Press. It's not a craze at all. It is not a fringe position at all. That's it. Anti-Israel fervor was a major factor behind the support for Zohran Mamdani. I gave out free ball as a ball knower. Okay? I gave it out for free. Nobody wanted to listen to it before the election, and people barely listened to it after the election. It's that simple. I don't know what else to say. Mamdani's answer to what country would you visit first as mayor was a watershed moment in the primary. His response, I plan to stay in New York, came after several of his colleagues one by one said Israel. Pundits cried foul, but normal people agree with Zohran. This is why all those fucking dumbass liberals who spend a bunch of time talking about, like, is Hasan a more dangerous prospect for American future than Donald Trump or whatever, are focused on idiotic hypotheticals that try to present someone like myself as like a pure evil force in American politics, because they're deeply unserious people, because they can't talk about the fucking fact that they've spent the last 22 months defending Israel's genocide and defending Israel's actions that are now starving children in broad daylight in a way that every American sees and understands and is responding negatively to. Okay? So stop paying attention to fucking dumb losers who openly showcase their moral depravity, who openly showcase how deeply unserious they are, who are basically professionally wrong And it's ironic because they're not even professionally wrong and getting paid to be wrong. They're just wrong. They're just professionally wrong, desperately holding on to this idea, this notion that like centrist liberalism is going to have a major staying power. That's it. If you want to keep being wrong, but have your opinion, if you want to not have your opinions be challenged, not have your worldview called into question, and if you don't want to actually critically examine why you believe certain things, yeah, go there. Be sedated by people who are wrong all the time. Okay? Be dulled by people who are wrong all the time. And then when an election comes in, when an election takes place, and then the reality that these guys present to you is very different than the outcome of an election, you will find yourself confused. You'll be like, "What? How could this have happened? How could this have ever happened?" Well, it's because those people left you astray. That's it. Some people choose that. Some people choose to listen to people who agree with them, who present them a false reality. But if you actually want to if you want to understand what's truly going on, sometimes you have to challenge your previous expectations, your previous opinions. You have to have those opinions be challenged. Okay? I'm biased, but I always care about the truth, and I will critically examine my own personal opinions as well. I will always look at what liberals are saying, what Republicans are saying. I will always examine what the narrative is from all sides of the American spectrum of politics. That is the reason why I am right more often than I am wrong. That's it. You can keep trying to shift the blame over and say, "Oh, the people that were correct early, that were ringing the alarm bells ahead of time and saying if Kamala doesn't change trajectory, she's going to lose, were actually responsible for her demise." Or you can look within and try to identify why you were so resentful of people who were trying to lead the party in the right direction. Okay? Anyway. Let's take a look.
Sir, do you think that Jeffrey Epstein had any connections to U.S. or Israeli intelligence?
Wait, where is the 12-minute back and forth between Elisa Slotkin, who went on Crystal and Sagar's show, who got absolutely destroyed?
So,
or I guess we'll watch
not
the
that
full
I've
thing.
ever seen or heard, but there's
Have you
a
asked?
really... No, I haven't asked. But, you know, this is like a solvable question because President Trump's CIA director, John Radcliffe, can answer this question.
Okay, I sent it previously. Should be in my logs. I think it's like the last part, right?
World War II, working on. But I go outside the Detroit area, it's not in the top 40.
But Senator, it's not just a political...
Until he won, but because I think it's important, right? If you're going to push, and so Trump won 2 out of the 3. So I think the thing that I would push back on is the voters vote with their feet, right? We have a moment in an election where they get to decide. And there was no issue that was more difficult for me in this last, I would say 6 years, but certainly in this last election, other than this issue, because it's personal. I'm a Middle East analyst by training. And so what I tried to do and why I think I managed to win both those communities is call balls and strikes, literally up to this week, on what's going on.
So let's talk a little bit more about that.
But I think it's important, right? If you're going to push on me, then I think like there's one of us that's had an election and had to appeal to my voters and win. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that Mr. Mamdani won. Or actually, I didn't know his name. I didn't know much about him until he won. But because I think this issue is motivating people in a very visceral and personal way.
Yes.
But
it
it's
starts
not
at
the
9.
only
Okay.
issue that my voters in Michigan care about.
Of course.
And the online world is extremely, extremely focused on this, but that doesn't always represent the majority. And I think if I can push back, like if we're out on the road every day in Michigan when I'm there. In some communities, that issue.
You are legit missing a highlight? Okay, we'll start from the start.
I mean, I guess I'm actually a little curious, and forgive me if this is impolite. Like, I'm curious why you wanted to talk to us.
What do you mean?
Well, like, we don't have actually a lot of senators, especially ones who have very different ideology than us, reach out. So I'm curious what your goal was and why you thought to come here.
Well, first of all, I think you have a good audience. I mean, right?
We agree.
If you appealed to like 4 friends on YouTube or whatever, then I probably wouldn't be here. But I think, to me, part of the problem is that people have kind of gone to their corners. And I live this, right? I live on my family farm in a town that voted heavily for Donald Trump. I've never won my town. I've never won my precinct.
You want to know why these people are doing this kind of stuff? They're doing this kind of stuff because, one, they don't do their due diligence. That's number one. They think this is like a bipartisan show because they got Sagar on. You know what I mean? She thinks it's like the closest to mainstream media, which would be non-contentious, but on the independent side. But the major reason why Elisa Slotkin and many other politicians are trying to do this kind of independent media route is because they unironically think Zoran won exclusively because he did social media. Okay? They legitimately believe it. The things that they hear on CNN, which is the recycling of Zoran won because he did great social media. He did great outreach on social media. That's why he won over and over and over again, is something that they actually believe. And I know this because Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government believes this as well. That's why they went on the Nelk Boys podcast. They don't realize that Trump didn't just win because he went on podcasts. He won because he could come across as like a normal human being on these podcasts in a way that no other politician can because he's a television personality. Okay? And the same goes for the Democrats as well, and the same goes for Benjamin Netanyahu as well. These guys literally think, oh, if we appear on some of these podcasts, then we'll win. This is their new media strategy. They do not understand that people, especially on the independent media side, people like certain content creators like myself and many others, not because we're hot or whatever. It's because we represent a position that they do not get from MSNBC, from NBC, from CBS, from CNN. Okay? So all of those puff pieces that people write about me being like, he's a MAGA guy, he looks like a MAGA guy, but he's got progressive politics, like all this shit, all of that actually loses sight of, bro, chill with the self-fellatio, shut up. I'm making a point about I'm making a point about like why people come in and tune in, okay? And it's not because like, I mean, Anderson Cooper's hot. He's way hotter than me. There are plenty of people who are incredibly attractive on television. It has nothing to do with the way people look. Does the way people look play a role in this? Certainly. But that's not the major reason. The major reason is because of the arguments that I'm presenting that appeals to the masses. An argument that they haven't really heard before. An argument that they feel is correct, that they have not heard anywhere else before. That's it. That's it. But the media refuses to acknowledge that, just like they refuse to acknowledge that a major part of Zoran's victory came from his commitment to identifiable policies that he kept hammering over and over and over again, regardless of whatever kind of attack was launched in his direction.
Never won my neighbors. We get along, but I never won them, and I probably never will. So to me, I think that the people have gone to their corners, and like people who used to be able to talk about politics and disagree don't even get in the same room together. So I kind of like the idea of your show. Like, it was interesting to me when my team pitched me, right? We go through, and like, there's no hiding it. Lots of people are like, how do we evolve in this new space? Yeah. You know, like that's not you know, it's not that conversation isn't happening. It is. And I think that's good, and to the credit of lots of shows like yours.
Thank you.
But I think your show appealed to me as I was being pitched because you guys don't agree. And like, I am very focused. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. Like, Michiganders want to get back to a place where we can disagree on politics and not have it be so like bitter.
So I hear you on.
Oh yeah, we got to come to a place where politics isn't so bitter. It is. It's a knife fight, man. Yeah, this lady is literally CIA, by the way. Politics is a knife fight, and for the average person, they experience the impact of said knife fight. There is no like true center that we need to arrive at here. Okay, it's so stupid. For the people who are starving, for the people who are suffering, for the people who have never gotten anything from the government that they consider to be a positive, like, they don't see it as like, oh, why can't our politicians just get along? This is just a talking point that no longer exists. Okay, a talking point that is not reflective of the reality. Democrats want fighters. Republicans have always want fighters, and they've always gotten fighters from their politicians. Obviously, their hyper-focus is like wedge issues that they cultivate, that they create, that they hammer on over and over and over again. But now the Democrats are finally actually breaking through. The Democratic Party's base of support is now finally breaking through this mold that they thought was the reality, that they thought is what their expectation was, which is like, oh, we want moderate stuff. We want centrists. We want people who will engage in bipartisanship. Like, no, they don't want that shit anymore. They know that it's a knife fight. They recognize that Republicans have been advocating to kill them for years and years and years at this point. Okay? They want their politicians to represent their interests and to fight back. So when Elisa Slotkin comes out and goes, no, you don't understand. We need we need to end this we need to end this weird partisanship or whatever. This ridiculous back and forth. It's like, you're wrong. No, they want a fighter. People want someone to represent them. Democrats want someone to represent them. And a part of that representation is the demand from the broader base of support that you fight back. You fight back against these Republican policies and politicians.
The idea of like, you want to talk about the economics and the unifying and cost of living. And I think that ignores a big elephant in the room, especially when you're talking about even Zoran Mamdani. The reason Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer don't want to endorse him is because of his position on Israel. The single most viral clip that he had in that election actually wasn't about cost of living, even though that's what he wanted to make his campaign about. His opponents, Andrew Cuomo in particular, wanted to make it all about accusing him of anti-Semitism and attacking him for his views on Israel and Palestine. So the most viral moment from that entire campaign, I believe, was this moment on the debate stage. Guys, this is E1. Let me go ahead and play this for you, and then I want to get your reaction.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel?
As mayor? I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
Now, this was considered very controversial when he said it, and I think the results are in at this point that he didn't win in spite of his position there. He won in part because of it, including if you listen to Andrew Cuomo's numbers, he won a majority of Jewish voters inside of New York City. And so what I'm curious for your view on is while, you know, I would love to debate you on your healthcare policy, I think we need Medicare for all, you think public option, your housing policy, et cetera. I'm just being really real with you. I don't really hear what you say if you are still supporting a genocide in Gaza. And that's for me, you know, I'm speaking for myself, but I know there are millions of other people who feel the same, that you have to at least cross this sort of moral threshold. And
Yep. Great take from Crystal. Oh my God.
what it indicates to people, and I think part of why, you know, Zoran won so many people in New York City, young people in particular, but Jewish New Yorkers.
Remember, Ta-Nehisi Coates said, how can you expect the Democrats to care about democracy if they don't care about genocide? A party that does not care about genocide certainly does not care about your democracy as well and defending democracy as well. And it's that simple. And I think more and more people are coming to that conclusion as well. Wait, are you saying Crystal is CIA? Wait, what? No, Eliza is. Eliza Slotkin is
because it was a sign of, number one, okay, you're focused on your.
Is she based at jumping ship? No, dude. What are you talking about? Crystal Ball is Kyle Kalinski's wife and has been on this for years at this point. What are we talking about? No.
New York City first and foremost. Sure. Number two, you're willing to take the heat on an issue that is really difficult for you, where you're being overtly smeared as an anti-Semite. And number three, there's no, you know, entrenched interest that's going to control. You have a spine, you have principles, you're willing to stand up for something. And so, you know, I'm curious for your reflections on that because of your voting record and where you've stood on this conflict.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the proudest moments that I had in my last election, where I just won on the same ballot as Donald Trump, was that I won a majority of Jewish voters in Michigan. We have a large Jewish population. And I won Dearborn Heights, and Hamtramck, the 3 Muslim-dominated cities. Trump won 2 out of the 3. So I think the thing that I would push back on is the voters vote with their feet, right? We have a moment in an election where they get to decide. And there was no issue that was more difficult for me in this last, I would say 6 years, but certainly in this last election, other than this issue, because it's personal. I'm a Middle East analyst by training. And so what I tried to do and why I think I managed to win both those communities is call balls and strikes literally up to this week on what's going on.
So let's talk a little bit more about that.
But I think it's important, right? If you're going to push on me, then I think like there's one of us that's had an election and had to appeal to my voters and win. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that Mr. Mamdani won. Or actually, I didn't know his name. I didn't know much about him until he won. But because I think this issue is motivating people in a very visceral and personal way.
Yeah.
But it's not the only issue that my voters in Michigan care about.
Of course.
And the online world is extremely, extremely focused on this. But that doesn't always represent the majority. And I think if I can push back, like if we're out on the road every day in Michigan when I'm there. In some communities, that issue is the number one issue, 100%. And like, I mean, up till this morning, right? Like people texting my phone and talking about a plan, some of the things we're working on. But I go outside the Detroit area, it's not in the top 40.
But Senator, it's not just a political issue, it's also a moral issue is what I'm trying to get to. So let's talk about those, you know, calling of balls and strikes, if you will. So first of all,
she's either sus or just chronically offline and just doesn't get it. No, she's sus. She's CIA, bro. What do you mean? She is trying to manage this. She is trying to manage the fucking back and forth here by saying, I won in spite of my wishy-washy position on Israel. That's literally her point. Her point is, I won. I know more than you because I won my election. And I won regardless of my wishy-washy position on Israel.
Do you accept that Israel has a policy of enforced famine and
And then she's also saying that, like, the Gaza stuff is not that significant. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, outside of Dearborn, it's just a Muslim issue. It's just an Arab issue. It's not. It's not. It's fucking bullshit. This argument was never correct. And they're still doing it. How many fucking polls do you have to see? Like, not only, first of all, something doesn't need to be good politics for a politician to actually take a moral stance on it. Okay? But having said that, this is a rare instance where it's good policy, stopping a genocide. It's a moral policy, but it's also good politics. If you're not going to get punished by anyone significant for taking a stance on this issue, and instead you're actually going to win favors from significant constituencies, you take that.
In the Gaza Strip.
I think I literally put my name on a letter yesterday or last night that says, like, a policy of starvation. People are starting to starve. And in general, I mean, I served in places like Ramadi and Fallujah. I watched in 2004 and 2005 Al-Qaeda terrorists drag American citizens behind a vehicle until they died, right? Like horrible, and then string them up like a lynching.
Okay.
We still had a responsibility to get aid into Fallujah, despite the fact that we were fighting Al-Qaeda cells in Fallujah, and I have been clear about that.
So this is a crime against humanity. Forced starvation is a crime against humanity.
The occupying power has a responsibility to get aid into the war zone, period.
So
by the law of war.
So in addition, do you accept that the Israeli plan, as reported by Haaretz, as discussed openly by ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, as backed by the President of the United States, is forced ethnic cleansing?
I think we have, as recently as yesterday, the Prime Minister of Israel talking about forced migration into certain areas and then potentially out of the country. That is not legal. That is not on any international standard since World War II. And I've been clear about that. So I would ask for a little bit of an open mind.
Well, what I would ask is, listen, I'm a YouTuber. You know, I have my words, that's all I have. But you're a United States Senator. Like you're not the president, but you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You know,
Oh God, this is so good. It's crazy because, as Will Menaker also correctly points out, this is exactly how every journalist is supposed to be conducting these interviews. I need you guys to understand something. Regardless of people's personal biases, 20, 30, 40 years ago, okay, journalists used to be known as vultures, okay? In order to make a name for themselves, they would actually do follow-up questions such as what Crystal Ball is doing here, okay? Regardless, whether it was on CBS, CNN, doesn't matter, right? Part of that was because they wanted to fucking make a name for themselves, and they realized that when blood is in the water, they can pounce, okay? They can attack. What Tucker Carlson did to Ted Cruz, for example, is exactly the kind of landmine that every single journalist, regardless of their personal perspective, would jump on. They would take that opportunity, no matter who they're talking to, because they knew that they would drive discourse for months back then. Okay? That was the job. And the only places where people do that now is independent media. Please don't call Tucker Carlson a journalist. Tucker will only do that when he's a person he'd be happy to trash. No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Tucker Carlson in that Ted Cruz interview did something that old school journalists would do, regardless of their personal biases or regardless of the relationship that they might have with whoever they're interviewing. Okay? I know for a fact that Jake Tapper would not do that to Ted Cruz. And Jake Tapper is ostensibly on the opposing side ideologically to Ted Cruz. Think about that. You don't have to love a person or respect his opinion or respect his work, and a person can be good at something. I'm not speaking to whatever was the motivating reason behind Tucker Carlson's actions in that interview that he conducted with Ted Cruz. I don't like Tucker Carlson. I don't agree with Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson is one of the most dangerous propagandists in this country. Okay? I think Tucker Carlson also has ambitions of potentially running for office. What you're failing to consider here is what I'm trying to explain to you is that what Tucker Carlson did to Ted Cruz used to be the way that journalists operated, regardless of their background, regardless of their political ideology, regardless of whatever program they were on. What Crystal is doing here is journalism 101, basic follow-up questions. When the person that you're interviewing is flailing, you just keep asking follow-up questions to basically understand what their worldview looks like. Okay? This is what adversarial journalism is. It is journalism 101. And yet, nowadays, you never see that from mainstream media. And not only do you never see that from mainstream media, you also rarely even see that on independent media, either because these guys never go on independent media outlets, or even when they do, it's like Ben Shapiro. And yet, this is supposed to be the most common way that these interviews are supposed to go.
Have backed Israel, as far as I can tell, from your voting record at almost every turn. You voted for a definition of anti-Semitism that would, codify anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. You voted as a member of the House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, by your own words. So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So
okay, so what? That should give you even more opportunity. Okay, here another thing I will mention here is that this is when Democrats are supposed to advocate for Medicare for all, knowing full well that it'll never pass, and that Trump will never vote it vote it as the law of the land regardless. So why are you not taking a stronger stance against Israel here? Regardless of your knowledge that, even on the messaging side, the Democrats are not even fucking taking a strong stance, knowing full well that it's not going to come to fruition anyway. Why are you still conceding on this side when you have no power?
Don't play powerless with me. You're a United States Senator. There are things you can do.
In terms of who runs our foreign policy, I just think it's interesting, right, that there was a ton of protests when Democrats were in charge.
There was a protest in Manhattan yesterday.
Okay. I think.
Oh, she tried to do why aren't people protesting Trump? Turns out they are, actually. You just are not paying attention. Boom. Roasted. Move on. Next question. Oh my God, Crystal is cooking.
It's fair to say, just to be honest, that back and forth, the number of protests that go on now versus before.
Well, they were part of your political coalition.
Well, not to mention, Senator Slotkin,
that's fair.
Obviously, I'm here.
Yeah.
I was very upset over the Biden administration policy. And as you can tell, I'm very upset over the Trump administration policy.
Yeah.
So let's deal not in strawman, but me and
but
here
in
and now.
terms of so the tools that I have, the tools that we have in general, to me, the most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get aid into people who are starving. That to me is the number one, because that's the one is urgent and today. And that.
But will you cut off aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity?
There is a difference between a weapon to protect a.
Boo. Bullshit. Also, this is why it was so ridiculous for AOC to say this exact same thing that CIA's very own Elisa Slotkin is saying. There's a difference between defensive weapons and offensive. No, shut up. No, there isn't. You know who knows that there is no difference? The Israeli conscientious objector that was on fucking Majority Report earlier today, who literally said, stop giving Israel, where he lives, defensive weapons, because everybody knows in Israel that Israel only gets to do whatever the fuck it wants to because they know America is always going to defend Israel. The idea that there is a difference between Israel's like Tamir interceptors and its defensive weapons and offensive weapons that it uses is nothing. It's negligible. It's stupid. They're the one and the same. Israel can behave only as belligerent as it wants to because it knows that America is always going to foot the bill. America is always going to defend Israel no matter what. Part of the reason why they had to cut short their incursions into Iran was literally because of their lack of defensive weapons. The U.S. used up 25% of its entire THAAD interceptor stockpile in just 12 days during the Israel-Iran war. At current rates, it'll take 3 to 8 years to replenish, a key obstacle to renewed conflict with Iran. The reason why Israel had to stop wasn't because Trump was like, you have to stop. Trump only said you have to stop because they realize we don't have enough weapons. 25% of the entire THAAD interceptor stockpile was used in a matter of 12 days. Those are $15 million a pop, too. They're crazy expensive. I told you. It's so stupid.
Country from incoming missiles versus other type offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you support offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
That certainly, to me, would be a place to look, but I'm not.
Oh my gosh, you won't even commit to stopping offensive weapons. First of all, this is bullshit from the start. Oh, there's a difference between defensive weapons and offensive weapons. No, there isn't. From Israel's calculation, there is no difference because Israel only, like I said, gets to behave as belligerent and as violent as it wants to because it knows that America will always replenish its stockpile. America will always defend it unconditionally. Okay? But you won't even say yes to a ban on offensive weapons anyway.
I'm not going to cut off a blanket next sale on a defensive weapon that comes through. No.
I also reject that because, for example, if Senator Hawken, if you were asked to support defensive weapons for Iran, defensive weapons for Russia, you wouldn't back that.
No, but Iran, but
they're defensive. They're just protecting civilians, right? So how is it different?
But because Israel's being shot at.
So is Russia.
So is Iran.
Yeah.
So is Russia. So is Iran.
So is Russia.
Ukraine's shooting at Russia right now.
I'm sorry. This is the difference between allies, partners, and adversaries.
Why is it an
Why? It's so good. Oh my God, this interview is so good. Oh my God, it's so cathartic to see finally a fucking politician being held up, like being called to task on this ridiculous unconditional loyalty and defense for Israel all over the and using these like fucking idiotic blanket neutral terms like, oh, we have to defend civilians. Okay. Are there no civilians in Iran? Are there no civilians in Russia? They're dying too. So what's the major difference? Oh, well, Israel's our ally. Why is Israel our ally? You just said they're doing war crimes. You won't say it's a genocide, even though everyone recognizes it as such. Why is a country doing a genocide our ally?
Ally then? What are they doing right now which just makes it an ally?
I think allied relationships, just like Lithuania right now, like an allied relationship.
Israel's just like Lithuania, really? Is Lithuania doing an ethnic cleansing campaign? That's crazy. I'm willing to bet if Lithuania tried to do an ethnic cleansing campaign, America's allegiance with Lithuania would fall apart fairly quickly. I think depending on who they're doing it to, we try to hold on to that allegiance for as long as we can. There is no other country that could, with this level of support, engage in this level of violence. There is no country. Okay? Nothing. Dude, Saudi Arabia was doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Yemen. Okay? And there was more back and forth and more successful legislative initiatives against weapons transfers to Saudi Arabia, at least in the way that the Democrats communicated what they would do with Saudi Arabia, regardless of how they, when they were in power, continued this allegiance with Saudi Arabia, like, than there was with Israel.
Partner relationship is a long-standing relationship of information sharing and diplomacy. And that is, to me, it's not a like every day we decide Lithuania is our ally or not. We're allied or not. And sometimes we have big breaks with allies, right? Sometimes we have difficult moments with allies. Sometimes it goes the wrong way with allies. But an allied relationship is a long-term relationship.
It's hard for me to understand why we should ally. Like, I'm sure you believe in, like, or claim to believe in liberal human rights. Why would we ally with a nation that is committing a genocide and live streaming it?
Can I ask, literally, like this, I think about this from the mirror image way, because I do not support the things that Donald Trump is doing, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm an American.
Why don't you? I mean, you voted along his agenda quite aggressively. You support him on Israel. You won't even take a partisan. Stance against Israel. Your voting record shows a different reality.
American. So do I want other countries to look at America and be like, we can't stand Donald Trump, so we're going to end any longstanding relationship we have with the American people. We're going to cut off any support we give them on information sharing or intelligence sharing. Like, we are not just our elected leaders. And I think that's the thing that's been lost in the conversation.
So B'Tselem and another Israeli human rights organization joined the global consensus, Amnesty International, some 800 scholars. There was a piece from an Israeli scholar in the New York Times in saying this is a genocide. Do you accept, even Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday came out and said it's a genocide. Do you accept that? And if you do, I mean, what responsibility does a United States senator have for, this is a nation that, you know, we send every year billions of dollars to aid that you have, you know, voted for and supported. Like, what responsibility does a United States senator have to prevent genocide and to stop genocide that we see ongoing?
We have a responsibility up till today to ensure that food is getting in.
Is it
so
a
that
genocide?
People don't starve. I don't know that I'd use that term,
Why?
but it is using.
Whoa, why not? It's like, this is, for Democrats who are still refusing to say this, they are the Japanese imperial military soldier 39 years after the war ended, okay? They're just holding on to something. I don't know what it is. They are the Fedayeen for Israel, I guess, at this point, where they're just like, we are so loyal. Sorry. Okay? Like, what point? What point do you... It's not AIPAC, man. Shut up. It's not AIPAC. I know she got a shit ton of money from AIPAC. But, like, that's not the only reason. And you can see it. You can see... I mean, dude, where is my interview with Ro Khanna at the DNC? Look. I should have pressed him on it.
Ro Khanna, everybody, we got 50,000 people watching.
You always have
excited.
A lot of people watching.
Well, you know, not always, but sometimes. So, thank you for doing this. How long do we have? Seems, especially in my generation, let's switch gears a little bit and talk about, I guess, war instead of the war economy. There is, it seems, especially in my generation, a genuine disconnect with the way that voters feel about American foreign policy and the way that politicians react to American foreign policy. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, obviously there's protests happening outside of the DNC in terms of a in terms of his, demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. Why do you think there is such a disconnect?
One, I think there isn't a full understanding of the history of the region. You know, as someone who has studied British colonialism because of my grandfather, I mean, British colonized India, they colonized Ireland, they got rid of all the textile industry in India and Ireland, and after the Ottoman Empire, they established colonial rule over large parts of the Middle East, including Egypt and including what is now Palestine. And the Balfour Declaration was the original sin there, where yes, we had Jewish self-determination, which I believe in Jewish homeland, but the Palestinians were only given civil and religious rights. They weren't given political self-determination. And that was a British problem. And then from 1936 to 1939, the British, through armed violence, suppressed a lot of the Palestinian self-determination. And I just think that that history isn't fully known or taught in America. And what I believe is that we need to recognize Palestinian self-determination for a Palestinian state and recognize Jewish self-determination and the right of Israel to exist as a secure nation. And if you come with that framework, which I believe is rooted in justice, then you say, okay, we look at this conflict, and Netanyahu, we can't just continue to have a blank check to Netanyahu when he is not coming to the table on peace. We need to put pressure on Hamas, and we are putting pressure and should put pressure and condemn their atrocity on October 7th, but we also need to put pressure on Netanyahu. And instead, what is happening is usually our administration goes there, and then we basically provide cover for Netanyahu adding terms, and we say that he's accepted it and Hamas doesn't, and people keep dying.
So that you actually brought up a really interesting point, because this has just happened. There was Axios reporting that just came out that Anthony Blinken, in the latest round of talks, again did the same exact thing that you just mentioned, which is to claim that Hamas actually is sullying the terms and conditions of the deal, a ceasefire proposal that America had proposed that said it was Israel's own proposal, where obviously Israel killed the principal negotiator on the Palestinian side a couple weeks prior to that. And Anthony Blinken just yesterday said, oh no, Benjamin Netanyahu agreed to the deals of this proposal. And then it came out during this, like literally in the past 24 hours that no, Benjamin Netanyahu had not agreed to the terms and conditions of the proposal once again. I personally fear, I do not want another Trump presidency. And I personally fear that, electorally speaking, obviously I think it's unconscionable. I consider what Israel is doing to be a genocide. I'm very open about that. I consider Israel, alongside all of these human rights groups, from Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Israeli human rights groups like B'Tselem, to be an apartheid state even when it's not conducting offensive operations in Gaza. Having said that, however, beyond all of that, I think that there's the morality of the situation, which I think is unconscionable, but then there's also the electoral consequences of leaving someone like Benjamin Netanyahu, who is right-wing, who is very right-wing, who is aligned with Donald Trump. There's other reporting coming out now that he might even have private conversations, private correspondences about this ceasefire negotiation with Donald Trump directly. Leaving that out on the table without...
Brother, have you ever considered taking a class to help you sharpen your interviewing skills? You conduct a lot of interviews and you're not getting better. Just being real, perma-banned.
While we have an election coming up, is, I think, leaving too many cards on the table for a foreign actor to potentially end up changing the trajectory of the American election in a pretty significant way. Do you feel like the Democrats are seeing that as a reasonable threat in terms of like what Benjamin Netanyahu might be able to do that would potentially lead America into war as well, into this conflict directly? Do you feel like within the caucuses there is like a genuine perceived threat of such a reality?
Well, I agree with you on the danger of Netanyahu. I would use different language in characterizing Israel. I mean,
look, he gets nervous here. He's like, I would use different language. I wouldn't say genocide.
I believe is that Israel is illegally occupying the West Bank in Gaza, and that that occupation is illegal. But I've been to Israel. I think Israel should exist as a secure state, and that Israel is an ally. But we should be against the occupation. We should be for a two-state solution, and we should recognize a Palestinian state and be one of the 143 countries around the world that does that, which in itself would be a bold policy. So while I don't use some of the language you do, I would just a disagreement. I am quite progressive on the issue, and I was one of 37 Democrats who voted against a blank check and giving offensive aid to Netanyahu because of the concerns of human rights. And I have no love for Hamas. I think they have been engaged in brutal terrorism, but I don't think that the solution is militarily possible if eradication of Hamas, what Netanyahu is trying to do, is not achievable.
A reality that Defense Minister Yoav Gallant also has.
This is also something that he still says. I'm sick and tired of the tired platitude that an ally like Israel, we must not disagree publicly in the media. He said this 4 days ago. Can you elaborate on how he's wrong? My lib brain is being tricked. How he's wrong. It is a genocide. It is an apartheid. He refuses to acknowledge both. And even now he says, oh, Israel is an ally. And, there's mass starvation. Why? Why is Israel an ally? Because you said so? Why is a foreign country like this that is committing untold amounts of violence and is in direct odds with international rights, international law, an ally? And this is before October 7. Post October 7, they've kicked up their genocidal ambition in broad daylight to a degree where the average American can comprehend that this is wrong. But even before October 7, as by Ro Khanna's own admission, they are violating international law. They're doing settlements in the West Bank. This process is known as an apartheid. It's bullshit. It's ridiculous. Anyway, getting back to crystal ball with Slotkin.
It is violating the law of war.
Why don't you use the term, though?
Because I think, it's, to me, do I think it's ethnic cleansing, which is what I think of in genocide? I don't know if it meets that definition.
They're announcing
but didn't you say it earlier that it was ethnic cleansing? You said that they wanted to force it. I mean, this is open from the Israeli government. Like, they're saying it. Their Minister of National Security, they come out and they're like, we don't need shells. We need shells, not food. And we need to encourage migration. They're saying
you're not going to get me to support what the Israeli government is saying right now. Right. I think the point I was trying to make is it's not just about, we have relationships with nations over time, regardless of who their leaders are. We have really tough moments. We have easier moments. But that doesn't, so I'm not willing to say that, I hate everything ever.
Sure,
into
but
the future.
even if you accept that they're committing a genocide, you still wouldn't cut off their aid?
I think that defensive aid and offensive aid are different things. And I think at this point...
That's crazy. Nazi Germany, we have to keep giving them anti-aircraft weapons. There's obviously Germans in Nazi Germany that are civilians. We have to keep defending them.
What they're doing every single day.
If Nazi Germany said we want defensive aid, I mean, it's just, you have to see.
What do you mean, come on? You can't say, come on. It's the same shit. Nazi Germany was an ally at a certain point. What do you mean? We had tremendous financial involvement with Nazi Germany.
Where they're all weapons that are being shipped. In another context,
the weapons that they're using right now, I mean, to be honest, if you look at what's happening on the ground, the military part of this conflict is, for the most part, over. What they are doing, every single day is around aid, and they are hurting people around the
The military part of this conflict is not over. They still have fucking Israeli occupying force terrorists get smoked, packed up by Palestinian resistance forces all the time. The military part of this conflict is not over. And the only reason why you could even say that, if what you were saying was true, the only reason why you would say that is because you're like, oh no, they finished the genocide. Like they finished the ethnic cleansing part of this. And now they're just simply starving the entire Palestinian population and killing Palestinians at the point of aid delivery. That's ridiculous. You can say a lot of things are complex, complicated, a lot of gray areas. This is not one of them. Genocide is not one of those areas. That's it. They can't. And that's the reason why these guys can't say Israel's an apartheid, despite the fact that everyone understands that it is an apartheid. They can't say Israel's doing a genocide because despite the fact that everybody understands Israel's doing a genocide. And the reason why they can't say that is because it immediately stops all of these conversations. It stops all of these conversations. Is that what AOC is getting bashed for? Defensive weapons for Israel? Like, AOC ultimately voted against the bill, but she voted against an amendment that was like a messaging amendment that Marjorie Taylor Greene set up to say we are stopping defensive weapons to Israel as well. She not only voted no on the amendment, she then turned around and also defended why she voted no on the amendment by saying exactly what Elisa Slotkin is saying here, which is defensive weapons need to keep going to Israel because Israel has civilians. I don't want Israeli civilians to die, blah, 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 blah. Okay? It was bullshit. It was a bullshit response. It was a bullshit reasoning. It was bullshit for her to vote no on the Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment. And it is ridiculous that AOC, that's supposed to be the beacon of positivity in Congress, like the leader of this leftist movement, the person who is supposed to take over from like Bernie Sanders, take up the mantle from Bernie Sanders, is getting outflanked by a disgusting demon, a charlatan, a cynical grifter like Marjorie Taylor Greene. It also is inherently contradictory to her initial position that Israel is doing a genocide. She said Israel's doing a genocide on the floor of Congress a year before Marjorie Taylor Greene did. She openly stated that it was a genocide literally a year and a half before any prominent politician did, with the exception of obviously the Ilhan Omar and the Rashida Tlaibs in Congress. So for her to then turn around and be like, Israel's doing a genocide, but like we have to defend the civilian population of Israel, and we have to allow Israel to continue doing a genocide because they know full well that we will always defend them, is crazy. Pointing at Marjorie Taylor Greene and being like, oh, I'm not giving her a W here is silly. You should be the one who's suggesting this, not Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Thousands of people who were starving people just trying to get aid.
That is
not this.
That's not high intensity bombs. That's not the weapons that that we were talking about 2 years ago. It's just not. I'm sorry. Every single day, the military reports that I read, they are traditional. Like, this is a military that has a bad strategy. It is not the bombs that we were seeing 2 years ago.
It's not a military that has a bad strategy. The strategy is...
Yeah, the strategy is pretty clear. The doctrine is pretty clear. The strategy is pretty clear. Every Israeli politician at a certain point has basically said they want ethnic cleansing. It's not like, ooh, they're making a lot of mistakes on the ground. You could have said that. It would have been a lie, but you could have at least tried to say that, 3-4 months in, beginning of 2024, right? You can't say that 22 months in. Everybody knows what the fuck is up. And you especially can't say that as a Democratic politician, because the Democratic Party and its base is not confused on this. It's a 80-20 issue. It's not even an 80-20 issue. It's a 92-8 issue now. Amongst Democrats, only 8% of Democrats think that what Israel is doing in Gaza is appropriate and good and must be supported. 8%. I can't think of anything that has this much agreement within any base of support, within any party.
forced starvation
That
and
is-
ethnic
that is
cleansing.
not a-
That's
that is-
their strategy, and they're accomplishing it very effectively with the full backing of the United States government, including sadly Democrats.
Well-
and so a couple more questions that I know you have to run. I'm curious why you condemned Rashida Tlaib for using the rally chant, from the river to the sea, something she said for her evokes equal rights, and you have not condemned Randy Fine, who said that Gazans should, quote, starve away, who floated that the Gaza Strip should be nuked, who called Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and Soran as well, called them Muslim terrorists. Where is the concern over him?
I have no problem condemning Randy Fine, who I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know who that person is. I have no problem condemning someone who talks like that.
Senator, we have to ask your last question because
I have no problem condemning who Randy Fine. I have no problem condemning Randy Fine, who I don't know who he is crazy. You're in Congress. He is a congressperson. He's not like some random guy on the street. What the fuck?
Your staff is telling us. Do you think AIPAC should...
Yeah, only 32% in the United States, and the overwhelming majority is Republicans, okay? Only 32%. We have finally arrived at the position that we were always going to arrive at, which is that outside of the evangelical Zionist base, the overwhelming majority of Americans do not support Israel's military actions in Gaza. 60% total disapproval. 60%. Independents at 25% support. Democrats at 8% support. Republicans at 71% support. It's ridiculous. It is completely and utterly ridiculous. 79% disapproval from Democrats, 60% disapproval from independents, 18% disapproval from the Republicans. Democrats see Netanyahu at 9%. Independents favorable view of Netanyahu at 19%. Republican favorable view of Netanyahu at 67%. What are we doing? American support for Israel's military operation in Gaza and their positive views of Netanyahu have both reached new lows, reflecting sharp declines in Democrats and independent support. At the same time, Republicans' backing of Israel's military action and its prime minister is holding firm, resulting in record partisan gaps on both. The increasingly skeptical and divided American public, by the way, if the Democrats do not use this to their advantage from a partisan perspective, from a partisan framework, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you just don't want to win. You care about Israel. You only care about Israel. You don't care about anything else. You only care about Israel. That's it.
Andy,
where is the concern over him?
I have no problem condemning Randy Fine, who I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know who that person is. I have no problem condemning someone who talks like that.
Senator, we have to ask your last question because your staff is telling us. Do you think AIPAC should register as a foreign lobby?
Why is that a question? Why is that such a difficult thing to answer? Why are you pausing? The answer is yes. It's literally Israel.
I don't know the answer to that. I think that...
Why? Why? It's Israel. It's literally in the name, man. It's a foreign country. Why?
That I know plenty of people who think they should.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
don't...
kind of a cop-out answer, don't you think?
I literally just guess I'd have to look at the definition. I certainly have had my tough moments with that organization. And
so you stop accepting their funding?
You gotta get your facts straight. I have not been endorsed by AIPAC. I have not. I'm sorry. I was the first Jew elected to the Senate that was not endorsed by any Jewish group. AIPAC, J Street.
You've been the recipient of their funds.
In 2018, when I first ran, people who were members, yes. But I've not been endorsed since then. And I just got to be honest, I think that this is where facts really matter. $
671,000. Did I nail it? She took J Street money, has taken $660,000 from pro-Israel lobby groups. $655,000 from independent expenditures and campaign contributions received from pro-Israel interest groups. It's not just AIPAC, by the way. God damn it. I thought it was close. But I guess I was. Oh, I wasn't endorsed. They just gave me money. Oh, okay. Then I guess you're doing this for the love of the game then. Is that right? I guess you are upholding this like unholy allegiance with a foreign nation state that is an apartheid state that is doing a genocide for the love of the game? Weird. It's also a lie anyway. Breaking. Senator Slotkin claims no AIPAC endorsement since 2021 after funding question. Records show 2022 cycle donations from AIPAC and other pro-Israel groups. On breaking points, Senator Elisa Slotkin pushed back on the criticism. In 2018, when I first ran, people who were members, I've had very difficult conversations with my colleagues and made a choice back in 2021.
I've had very, very difficult conversations with my colleagues in that organization and made a choice back in 2021. 2021. So that was the first time I was up for re-election. So I understand that there's a sort of like, again, cornered position. But to me, like I call balls and strikes as someone who served in the Middle East.
Yeah. Also, here's wife guy Kyle Kulinski responding to Ken. Ken says, wow, a Dem senator actually went on a show that asked tough questions to the usual captured outlets. Credit where it's due. Kyle says, no credit. She saw it was a left-right show and thought it was some centristy beltway bullshit. She had no clue what she signed up for, and she learned her lesson the hard way. It's the ultimate wife guy, Kyle Kulinski here.
I have one more question I have to ask you. You know, we do the show. I really do my best to try to uphold, like, you know, basic human rights, Palestinian humanity, oppose the killing of innocent civilians wherever that happens. And I have to tell you, like, I feel really guilty that I'm not doing enough. I think all.
Yeah. One other thing I want to say is that with Ted Cruz on the Tucker Carlson show, and now with this, I think more and more independent outlets will try to get politicians on to have this kind of moment for themselves. Because at the end of the day, Hasan, you are a fucking jurors? What does that mean? Anyway, I think that there will be more of this in the future.
The time about, I'm a mom. I think all the time about those moms who can't feed their babies. Those babies are starving to death. And I just want to know, like, you're a United States Senator. You did vote for some of the bombs that were dropped on refugee camps. When kids have been sniped in the head, tents firebombed, people set on fire. The entire Gaza Strip turned into rubble. And now we're seeing these emaciated bodies of babies starving to death every day. And I know
what you can do.
Does it eat you up? Does it eat you up? Do you think, like, what more could I do? Do you regret any of your votes? Do you regret
let me tell you what I was
sort of
working on this morning. A group of Jewish rabbis and Muslim community leaders came together with a proposal that we are working on just getting, like, if we can't get other aid in, at least get baby formula and new.
Why? Why can't we get other aid in? We have complete control over Israeli politics and Israeli foreign policy. If that wasn't the case, you would have cut off access to Israel a long time ago. We're working tirelessly to get baby formula in, even if we can't get anything else. It's so stupid. It's so fake. Who believes this shit?
Nutritional supplements for children in. Let that be kind of a green light. never has a problem. No one's trying to eat baby formula other than a baby, right? That is the proposal that I've been working on all night and this morning. So in terms of what we're trying to do.
Wow, incredible. So you, by your own admission, the ally that we're having some trouble with is denying baby formula into the Gaza Strip, which it is the belligerent occupier of, that it has pummeled into oblivion, that has committed a litany of war crimes. You won't say it's a genocide, but you admit that there's a litany of war crimes. And you still have this argument that, like, well, we have to keep up their defense. There is no world where this is a consistent position. Okay? It is not consistent. Israel has specifically denied baby formula from going in with doctors and medical volunteers going into the Strip. Exactly. They literally stop American doctors that are trying to bring in baby formula into the Strip. They stop and they dump out the baby formula. Senator Slotkin acknowledges that Israel blocked baby formula, but still won't support cutting off the flow of arms. Why would the U.S. want to arm a country that cuts off baby formula? Interesting. Yes, I know there's a Peter Beinart interview with Jon Stewart as well. Peter Beinart is pretty solid when it comes to this stuff too. Let's take a look.
There's not a moment that goes by that this isn't something that I'm working on and something that my own community, not online, but my own community has practical things that they want to do. They're willing to raise the money. They're willing to buy the formula. They're willing to do whatever we need to do to get it shipped in. That's how I spend my time.
But you're not willing to cut off aid to Israel.
That to me is the most effective thing that I can do today.
This is a settled question. Your staff is telling us you absolutely have to go. So we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming.
Senator.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, their staff pulled her out by the end of this process. Great stuff. Anyway, let's take a look at Peter Beinart on Jon Stewart. This is yet another. This is like certainly an attitude change. Like you're experiencing it, you're seeing it. It's going on in mainstream media. Much credit to Crystal Ball, by the way. She absolutely did a fantastic job. It's really interesting because like what she did there is the expectation from all mainstream reporters. Like they are supposed to do his own personal experience too, for the record. Like, so record rate of extermination is ongoing as an inevitable result of this baby's last act. Imagine revenge on Palestinians is scarily horrific. At the end of the day, Hamas does not have the luxury or ability to be good in the Western sense. It was not an option afforded to them by the U.S. or Israel. So are they evil? No, they simply just are. Yeah. Also, I don't know. I mean, I guess I kind of understand why people don't. The very same people that would agree with like the domestic politics of Hamas, ironically enough, are the very same people that will say, Hasan, you're an Islamist fundamentalist. You want to throw like gay people off roofs, which Hamas doesn't do, by the way. But regardless, like the people who are homophobic will, instead of going, I wonder why Hasan, who is an advocate for like LGBTQ rights and a litany of different things that I'm not an advocate of, why is he immediately not critical of like Hamas's domestic policies? Because they are utterly irrelevant when they are existing under an occupying force such as Israel. Same goes for Hezbollah. Same goes for every sort of militancy. Same goes for the Ansar Allah movement, right? It's just completely irrelevant in the hierarchy of need for Palestinian existence or for the existence of anyone in the region that unfortunately happens to be Israel's neighbor. They have not had the time to just like sit around and be like, let's have our own civil rights movement. And the irony, of course, is that there were plenty of secular, socialist, Christian, Muslim advocates that were Western facing within the history of Palestinian liberation, within the history of Palestinian resistance. Israel killed all of them. And they killed them all. They killed them all aggressively in the same exact way that they're killing everyone right now. That's it. It's utterly irrelevant to the conversation. Israel did not kill Hasan Nasrallah because of his opinions on gay people. Israel killed him because of his opinion on Israeli imperialism, his opinion on Israel playing a formative role in America's imperialism. That's it. So I think this is a ultimately productive conversation, and it's clearly getting a lot of play. But look, maybe one day networks will interview Palestinians about Gaza. Look at that. Like, that's the top comment, which is true. They should. If I can interview a Palestinian teenager that is literally stuck in the Gaza Strip, that is experiencing genocide right now, Jon Stewart should be able to do so as well. That's why, I don't know. I say all the time, like, if your parents, if New York Times had been covering Israel's actions with truth in mind, these numbers would be very different. If all of mainstream media was covering what Israel's doing in the way that I have, okay, with accuracy, with an interest in showcasing the Palestinian side on the virtue of Palestinian humanity, this attitude would be even worse, okay? And I think mainstream media knows that, which is precisely the reason why they do a worse job of covering Israeli atrocities than even the Israeli media does, okay? You barely talk about Israel, though? Are you joking? You're joking, right? That's a joke, I think. That's kind of funny that you're saying that. You're right. You're right, chatter. I famously don't. Lots of really good stuff here, but these numbers in particular should make people reevaluate how they think about Israel, Palestine, and Democratic primaries. Also note how Palestinian rights resonate more with voters than criticize the Israeli government. I said this over and over again, even before these polls came out. I told you that Zohran did not win in spite of his Palestinian position. Zohran's position on Palestine helped him win. Anyway, two people involved in Michigan politics have said DSCC chair Gillibrand has privately encouraged donors to support Stevens. Party approval is at his lowest point in decades, and they think uncharismatic candidates bankrolled by insurance companies is going to fix it. Look at this.
Me and my family, we're Michiganders. Pop, it's very good. We've got some actually great pop companies in Michigan. If you've ever heard of Verner's, my dad likes to say that's the elixir to solve all.
I yield the gentlelady 30 additional seconds.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Cause of their servitude, sharing in the profession with those who have not come before you. Similar times of trying medical need, wars and flus past. You will see darkness, you will be pushed, and our society needs you. To stand together at this time, our country loves you. To our doctors and our nurses, I wear these latex
The gentlelady's time has...
Clearly, they're panicking. She only brought in 1.4 million, 13% under 200 in the second quarter, despite all the insurance, corporate, and leadership PACs. Abdul El Sayed, on the other hand, has 1.7 million. Mallory McMorrow, 2.1 million. I need to answer why this being on $10 million of NRSC ads isn't going to make her look absolutely unhinged among independent voters. Like, it's not happening. Yeah, also, yes, Zohran leads among Jewish voters, of course. Mamdani leads among Jewish voters, though there are clear dividing lines by age and denomination. Mamdani wins majority support among Reform, non-denominational, secular, non-practicing Jews, which is the overwhelming majority of Jews, by the way, especially under the age of 45. Cuomo wins a plurality of conservative Orthodox Jews, age 45 plus. I guess it's interesting to see. I guess it's interesting to see this like mechanism of success happen in broad daylight in real time with the Zohran Mamdani victory. I find it interesting, especially because it's so close to my commentary on the matter, and we're there.
I'll take some questions.
Here is a too little too late moment from Kid Starver himself, and then we're going to get into the other side of the story. Of course, we're going to get into Epstein stuff as well.
John.
Prime Minister, two issues here, obviously the aid and also the recognition of Palestine. First of all, on aid, what assurances did you receive from President Trump that he will use his influence with Prime Minister Netanyahu to allow the aid that you've talked about, the aid going in by trucks as well as by air? What assurance did you receive from him? He sounded as though when he talked about every ounce of food going in and you can't fake the pictures that we've seen on TV. Tell me about the reassurances you've heard, the promises, pledges from President Trump. And on the recognition issue, you do appear to have moved your position from as recently as last week, really, where you were talking about various other measures. I'm wondering what has influenced you into making what looks like a U-turn here on this issue? Is it pressure from the 250 or so MPs, most of whom are Labour? Is it pressure from inside your cabinet? We hear there are 7 cabinet ministers pressing you to push for recognising Palestine. Or is it President Macron, who of course lobbied you? He talked about it last Thursday about recognising the Palestine also at the UN General Assembly. And what difference?
I think the insidious part about what the UK and France is doing is that they're literally dangling Palestinian state recognition as this like threat against Israel when it's just the moral thing to do, and that should have done it a long ass fucking time ago. And they're only doing that because they recognize the depravity of the Israeli campaign so far that has turned into a genocide that they cannot avoid any longer. So the very fact that they just go, oh, well, we might actually recognize Palestine as a state as PR 22 months into a genocide is ridiculous. Like, you're saying that you're holding this as a talking point against the state of Israel. Just fucking do it, man. What are you waiting for? Not only that, but also the recognition of Palestine as a state is literally the bare minimum. What you should be doing is recognizing the evils of Israel and stop sending weapons to Israel. You should be stopping your spying missions that you do at the behest of the Israeli military objectives, which is a genocide. I am so fucking annoyed by this. Yeah. Starmer really said, if you don't scale back your genocide back to, let's say, normal, acceptable apartheid, then we'll recognize your victim's right to exist. How about that? That's precisely what it is. And it's a ridiculous fucking take. Are you going to deny the proud British tradition of financially aiding fascists? It's true. True. This is a British tradition. You say we started this process and we will see it through. As Lord Balfour declared, we will see it through. This is right. Who amongst us have not starved as a consequence of its settler colonial ambitions? Who amongst us has not starved a few indigenous people? What Israel is doing is continuing along with the proud British tradition. Yes, a bit of noncery and a bit of apartheid. Very nice. Yeah, this is somehow even more offensive. Palestinian people either get a state or they get to not be mass bombed every day. You get one. I will also say this. It's shocking that he's even worse than motherfucking Macron. Hold on. Okay. Because Macron didn't offer like additional conditions. He actually added the conditions into the recognition of Palestinian statehood, where he basically said it has to be a demilitarized state administered by the Palestinian Authority, which is a part of the Israeli security apparatus. So the very fact that Israel considers that to be a non-starter is also fucking ridiculous. But like, it's crazy that even Macron did not say, I will recognize Palestine unless you stop starving the Palestinians. He just said, I'm recognizing Palestine. I'm offering ridiculous conditions on recognition of the Palestinian state that render the point that I'm making irrelevant and stupid. Okay? But Keir Starmer, on the other hand, once again, outdoing Macron in his indecency, has decided by September we will recognize Palestine as a state unless you stop your starvation. If you do stop your starvation and bombing campaign and your genocide, then we won't recognize Palestine as a state. What are you doing? What are you saying? It's crazy.
Do you think actually recognising Palestine will actually make in practical terms?
Thank you for those questions. Firstly, on the question of aid, I won't go into the discussions I had with President Trump yesterday. We had a long session in private, and we discussed the situation in Gaza, and you heard the
as abhorrent as this is, it seems like an unprecedented move towards an otherwise untouchable Israel. Yes, on the one hand, I think this is too little too late. What the fuck are they doing? I can't believe they're still offering like weird conditions to it. On the other hand, even the very threat of France or the UK saying that they'll offer state recognition to Palestine is unprecedented, because that's how much clout and institutional control Israel gets to have. Okay, that's how much Israel is seen as like a non-starter.
The way the president then put it in the press conference that we held afterwards, and I think you could see for yourself his concern about the humanitarian situation in Gaza, as is my concern, because we've been saying for some considerable time now we need to get more aid in.
Yeah. It's kind of incredible that Keir Starmer managed to find a policy on this that would please literally nobody. UK to recognize state of Palestine in September unless Israel holds a ceasefire. Israel will be enraged and call him an anti-Semite. Palestinians will find it disgusting to make recognizing their rights a kind of bargaining chip. And Starmer will pat himself on the back and say, well, if everyone's mad at you, you must be doing something right. One must not forget that Keir Starmer's rise to power within the Labour Party was directly related to the Israel lobby. For the record, the whole like rat fucking campaign of Jeremy Corbyn came from the Starmer aligned coalition within the Labour Party that used Israel and anti-Semitism and cynical weaponizations of allegations of anti-Semitism, and sometimes even creation of actual anti-Semitic incidents within the Labour Party, specifically so they could fucking destroy Jeremy Corbyn, because they were, one, worried about Jeremy Corbyn's position on Israel, which is the morally correct position, as history has vindicated him, but also because he was a socialist and this harmed potentially the interests of capital. So it was a win-win in that regard. Bro put on CNN? Why? What's on CNN? I don't know why I got one guy, but fuck it. Fuck it. We ball. Oh, Trump. Epstein stole young woman at Mar-a-Lago. I know. I'm going to get to that in a second. Don't worry. We're going to cover that in a second. Let's finish this
at
first.
Volume and at speed, and the situation now is absolutely catastrophic, which is why I've taken this decision today. In relation to the two-state solution and the recognition of Palestine, this has been long-standing Labour Party policy. It was in our manifesto. We talked about the right of the Palestinians to recognition, and we've always said that would be part of the process, and that it would be an important part of the point that we thought it would have maximum impact. It's driven today by two things. Firstly, the context in the intolerable situation in Gaza, which is getting worse by the day. but also because of the concern that the very possibility of a two-state solution is reducing, and therefore it is very important to be seen in that context as a very important contribution to what I hope will be an alleviation of the situation on the ground, because I'm acutely aware that what needs to happen urgently is that aid into Gaza at speed and at volume, and that ceasefire that can open the way for a political process. So this is a decision taken by this government in the context of today and after a meeting with my cabinet just earlier this afternoon. On the question of the difference it will make, the reason we have announced this in the way we have in relation to the General Assembly in September is precisely because I want to ensure that this plays a part in changing the conditions on the ground and making sure that that aid gets in.
Then you could have said you're going to recognize the state of Palestine. And on top of that, if Israel doesn't commit to a ceasefire and commit to aid going in to the Gaza Strip, then you will stop giving them weapons. And also, you should stop giving them weapons anyway. Then you will stop doing any sort of economic trade with the state of Israel. Yeah, breaking. End of mission for British spy flights over Gaza for Israel. Shadow R1, which has been flying daily over Gaza, is returning from RAF Akrotiri on Cyprus to RAF Waddington in Lincolnshire tonight. I have information showing this marks the end of the UK Spy for Israel program. 22 months, dude. 22 months. The Royal Air Force spied on Palestinians at the behest of Israel that played a formative role in Israel's genocidal campaign. Turkey W or Erdogan bullshit. Breaking. Turkey has officially endorsed the Hague Group's Bogota Declaration, becoming the first country to join since the July summit, 13th country overall. Ankara pledged to suspend arms exports to Israel, block Israeli weapons transit via airspace and ports, review public contracts tied to Israeli firms, support ICC arrest warrants in universal jurisdiction cases. Deputy Foreign Minister Nuh Yilmaz said Israel is inventing genocide in the 21st century and call for urgent humanitarian access and reconstruction. I mean, yeah, Turkey has a lot of power here to actually stop Israel if it wanted to, if it truly was a real one. They could just shut off all energy to Israel. They could literally be like, no more energy, sorry. Netanyahu linked Israeli daily Israel Hayom calls for a plan to initiate war with Turkey over northern Cyprus. This is one of the many possible flashpoints for this looming conflict. Ankara's perspective, it'd be better to wait for U.S. inability/unwillingness to continue patronizing Israeli aggression. Oh, Israel Hayom. Northern Cyprus is also an Israeli problem. Oh my God, dude, that's awesome. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yes. I'm on board with this. Israel, do it. Liberate Cyprus, please. Dude, listen. Some might say Cyprus was also a part of the greater Israeli project. And you can't have Cyprus without northern Cyprus, which is occupied by the Turkish government and the Turkish military. You got to do it. Sorry. Oh, man. It's just, I found another page in the Bible that said this also belongs to Israel. Sucks to suck, guys. Yeah. Don't you remember in the book of Jonah where God promised Jonah the island he swam to on the whale? Yeah. Yeah, Hamas is there, I heard. Bro, my dad was saying that he saw in Xiaohongshu that Israel wants to attack Turkey. I thought it was fake news. I mean, it's kind of fake news, yes. It's just like posturing. Look, all I'm saying is Israel has a right to defend itself. And by that, I mean Israel has a right to all of Cyprus, okay? It's not Greek. It's not Turkey. It's Israeli, okay? That's right. You thought this was a conflict between Turkey and its claims and the Turkish citizens that live in northern Cyprus versus like the Greek citizens of Greek Cypriot background living in the rest of Cyprus. No, it was actually, they were all Israeli. And by that, I mean everyone there has to leave immediately, evacuate immediately, because it has to be Israel. How many countries can Israel go to war at once? I mean, I don't know, however many it pleases. And why are you asking that question? Are you Hamas? Are you anti-Semitic? What's happening? Hello, I am Israeli Cypriot, and this is my Cyprus. Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes total sense to me. Yeah. Where else can gay Israelis get married if not Cyprus? Very unpolitical take. Exactly. I'm apolitical. Israel has a right to occupy and take over Cyprus. And if you think that that's not the case, then you are unimaginably anti-Semitic. It's a peak anti-Semitism. They need to take Cyprus now. Okay.
Ensure that there is hope of a two-state solution for the future, and therefore.
Yeah. Turns out Cyprus was just another fight between good and evil. Good being Israel, of course, never evil.
I've always been interested in what is going to make a material difference. How can we work with our allies most effectively? And that's why this comes as a part of a peace plan that we've been working on for some considerable time, an 8-part plan, which I have already spoken to Germany and France about, and many other countries. So this should be in the context of answering the question, yes, how do you get humanitarian aid in at speed and at volume, but also what happens the day after a much-needed ceasefire so that we can get to a long-term peaceful outcome. And I think that that is the context in which you should see the decision that I've made today.
Yes. Politically expedient. And breaking news, guys, you're going to be shocked. You're going to be shocked at what Benjamin Netanyahu's response is to Keir Starmer saying this like wishy-washy, too little, too late bullshit. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's going to be so different than everything he said so far. Let's take a look.
Breaking news. We've had a response from the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to the UK's decision earlier today to recognise the state of Palestine in September, unless Israel takes what Sir Keir Starmer has called substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza. The Israeli Prime Minister has put this on social media. Starmer rewards Hamas's monstrous terrorism and punishes its victims. A jihadist state on Israel's border today will threaten Britain tomorrow. Appeasement towards jihadist terrorism.
Oh, he's Hamas. Oh, God, dude. Why didn't I think of that? That's brilliant. That's such a good counter, man. That is so unexpected. That's so unexpected. I did not see that coming. Benjamin Netanyahu is a man of few words. And by that, I mean he just says one word. It's just Hamas. Wife not putting out, you are Hamas. You are a Hamas terrorist. You must be stopped. You are appeasing the jihadist terrorists by not putting out tonight. That's it. He's got one fucking speed, baby. One speed. You are doing Hamas jihadist terror.
Terrorists always fails. It will fail you too. It will not happen. That the response there from the Prime Minister of Israel to the UK's decision to recognise Palestine as a state in September, unless Israel takes what the Prime Minister has called, the Prime Minister of the UK.
Hi, Mr. President. Can we ask about that? Can we ask about that, please? On Gaza, Keir Starmer.
Oh, also, this lame ass said the same thing.
Has just announced the UK will recognise Palestinian sovereignty in September if Israel does not commit to a ceasefire, ease the suffering in Gaza, and commit to a long-term solution that would deliver the two-state solution in the Middle East. Did you know that was coming? What is your response?
We never discussed it, surprisingly. It was never really discussed. Maybe a little bit at the news conference, but he was sort of discussing it with you. We never did discuss it. And we have no view on that. We're going to get a lot of money to the area so they can get some food. He's going to also. I think the European Union is going to put up money too for food. And hopefully it's going to be properly distributed. And it will be. I think it will be. We have some pretty good response on people for the distribution of the food.
Mr. President.
We want to take it one thing at a time. They need food, and they need people to be able to get them the food.
But to follow up on that, I mean, is there any use at all in pressuring Israel now to come to some sort of longer-term solution, or at least
you could make the case that you're rewarding people that you're rewarding.
You could make the case that you're rewarding Hamas by letting Palestinian children eat food. You are rewarding Hamas.
If you do that.
Hamas loves when Palestinians eat food, and that's an evil thing that they like. We can't reward it. We can't reward the children with baby formula. Hamas loves baby formula. They're the evil ones, of course. Remember, the evil ones in this conflict are the ones who want the babies to get baby formula. And the good guys, the greatest guys, are the ones stopping babies from getting baby formula.
And I don't think they should be rewarded. So I'm not in that camp, to be honest. We'll let you know where we are in, but I am not in that camp.
Mr. President,
because if you do that, you really are rewarding Hamas, and I'm not about to do that.
Mr. President.
Yeah, he does. He don't want to reward Hamas.
Things about it. So we'll see what happens.
On Gaza, last week you were rather dismissive of President Macron when he recognised the Palestinian state. Today you're saying you don't really...
That's his opinion. You know, he can have an opinion. It doesn't mean I have to agree. Emmanuel's a good man. He works hard. Got a lot to say about everything.
But now you're saying you're not taking a view on Sir Keir Starmer's announcement. Does that mean your view is
I guess Starmer is doing the same as Macron, right? He's basically, is he saying the same thing? I think so. Essentially, they're saying the same thing. And that's okay. But, you know, it doesn't mean I have to agree.
Mr. President, you mentioned setting up food centers. When can we expect to see
Very
those
soon.
food centers?
Yeah, very soon. So we sent $60 million. That's a lot of money for food, a lot of money. That can take care of people for a long time. And we want to make sure it's being spent properly. And part of the spending is the distribution. You know, if you know, a lot of money's been sent by other countries, but nothing compared to us. But a lot of things have been stolen. They send money, they send food, and Hamas steals it. So it's a tricky little game. But
the good guys are Israel here. The bad guys are Hamas. Just remember that. Yeah, the good guys are the Israeli Foreign Ministry undertaking what is sure to be a bulletproof PR strategy, publicizing photos of starving Palestinians in Gaza and saying because they have illnesses, Israel's massive restrictions on aid somehow have nothing to do with their condition. A real man, a fake claim. 41-year-old Mohammed al-Hassana didn't die of starvation. He suffered from untreated diabetes and died from complications of severe hypercatabolism. But this image is now being used to smear Israel. Oh my God, they're literally doing it. A real child, a fake story. 11-month-old Sela Barbach isn't starving. He suffers from a pre-existing chronic gastrointestinal illness unrelated to the war. But global media uses this photo to push a false narrative. Oh my God. They're literally saying we're starving and denying aid to literally fucking babies with illnesses. I don't understand why they think this is a good way to defend Israel. It's so crazy. This works on some people, by the way. Megaphonics, I hate to break it to you. This isn't working on them. They don't care. You understand? like, if this quote unquote works on you, then you're not looking for a reason for this to work anyway. Like, your parents weren't in the margins, is what I'm saying. Your parents are already unconditionally and fully on, on Israel's side. This doesn't work on people in the margins who are like, I saw a story about a starving child, but now Israel's saying that this starving child also had other illnesses. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's not going to work on them. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is basically like saying they didn't die because they were in Auschwitz. They died because they got typhus. You really have become Hitler's children, says Sol Khan. This is not even effective propaganda, is my point. It's ineffective propaganda. Meanwhile, here's what Israel's take is. Israel is banning journalists from flying over Gaza with airdrop operations from filming anything from above after blocking them for 22 months from entering Gaza on the ground. Israel threatened to halt all airdrops if any journalists film from the flight's windows.
So the Jordanians have passed on a message from the Israelis. The Israelis don't want us to film out of the window at the devastation inside Gaza. But I've spent 10 minutes looking at it with my own eyes. And I can tell you that communities in the north of Gaza that I knew well, very vibrant, tens of thousands of people living hard lives, but actually with a remarkable human spirit, are flat. There's nothing left of them. Now, if you've been watching satellite pictures, it won't come as any surprise. But seeing it is really something. Israel will not allow...
This is why Israel can never do a ceasefire. Do you understand? Israel cannot do a ceasefire because that guy is going to go into Gaza. Okay? When that guy goes into Gaza, he's going to cover Gaza. And then your parents are going to inevitably come to that conclusion that this is a genocide as well. There is no hiding this truth at that point. We all are aware of what's going on. The real fear here is your parents will be aware of what's going on. Okay? You understand? That's a major part of the reason why this ceasefire will never take place, or they don't want the ceasefire to actually take place, because once it does, and they realize that this is the greatest evil of all time, okay, equivalent to what the Nazis did, then they're going to work to disband it. They're going to advocate to disband it. It's indefensible. Even your racist parents who hate Palestinians, who think they're all fucking barbaric monsters, are going to literally come to that conclusion and be like, okay, we were wrong.
Reporters like myself to enter Gaza to report the story. And they don't want us to see it, to film it anyway, from above either. So the Jordanians have passed on a message.
Mega is in pro-Israel circles. My parents would believe this BS too, but it's not like it's the... But like, it's not the majority. Stop assuming insane Jewish races are the majority of Americans. No, I know. That's why I said that's just like a you thing. No, I know. I would say that from my own personal involvement in like pro-Israel Jewish communities, I literally live in a pro-Israel Jewish community. I would say that it's... a lot of the pro-Israel Jews that were, constantly talking about October 7 have moved away from talking about Israel at all. And there's like a sense of shame, at least, where they're just like, maybe we shouldn't say anything. Like even the most like pro-Israel Jews, for the most part, don't say too much about the current conditions. And I think that like we see and hear like some of the most outspoken Zionists, like ultra Zionists out there, and assume that like the rest of the country is like that. It's not reflective of the rest of the country. I think most people, even people who want to maintain a pro-Israel position, are at least like quiet because they know how fucking untenable and indefensible the situation is. It's not shame, it's muted resentment. Yeah, that's a better way to put it, for sure. We have appended an editor's note to a story about Mohammed Zakaria al-Mutawak, a child in Gaza who was diagnosed with severe malnutrition. After publication, Times learned that he also had a pre-existing health problem. Read more below. Yeah, Israel is so fucking shameless that they get these fucking publications that already do unlimited propaganda for Israel to like concede on stuff like this. Remember when I went on BBC World right after the Al-Shifa hospital? The bombing of, Al-Ahli hospital. The bombing of Al-Ahli hospital, and BBC had just apologized for it. And I straight up told BBC World, you should have never apologized for that. What are you, crazy? Your initial assessment is correct. And Israel has refused to give any information that actually says your initial assessment that it was Israel's bombing campaign that did this. Israel has not disproven that at all. Placing this giant editor's note after relentless propaganda of the Israeli government to plant in their reader's mind against the work of its own journalists, the idea that the Israeli government could be right and the famine in Gaza isn't as bad as everyone is saying it is. Do you agree that maybe the average Israeli is not aware about the death and destruction because of media and propaganda? Maybe. But it doesn't matter. The average Israeli's position on this is so irrelevant. The average American's position, I would say, is more relevant than the average Israeli's position on this. Because without America's say-so, without America's go-ahead, there is no Israeli genocide. And I don't think that the average Israeli is oblivious to what goes on in Gaza. I think that they see it. I think that they like it, and I think that they want it to continue for the most part. I think a lot of people don't understand the proximity to Gaza in general. It's like 50 miles down the road, you know, to like one of the most populated areas in Israel. It's like 50 miles away. It's not that far. They can see it.
We're going to make sure we have some very good people. They're going to be watching it.
Who is going to be running those food centers for you, and what kind of oversight
Well,
can
we're
we
going to be
expect?
dealing with Israel, and we think they can do a good job of it. And they.
Nothing is mostly being said or talked about.
So for the past 22 months, we have witnessed...
Yeah, Israeli NGOs are now coming out and saying it's a genocide too. Not that it fucking matters. Like I said, it shouldn't be up to like an Israeli NGO to make this assessment, but even Israeli NGOs are making this assessment.
Unprecedented levels of civilian killings, of deliberate starvation, forced mass displacement, and the total destruction of most infrastructure necessary for human and social existence. The people of Gaza have been displaced, bombed, and starved, left completely stripped of their humanity and rights. The first part of our report described exactly that. The first part of our report describes exactly that. The practices through which the genocide is being carried out and their devastating consequences on the ground. The second part of the report, in the second part of the report, we describe the conditions that made it possible for the Israeli regime to become a regime that commits genocide.
The president also made headlines.
All right, let's talk about Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell asked Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. Wait, what is this? Holy hell, Senator Cory Booker just detonated the Senate floor, screaming match, finger pointing, full-on political exorcism. He torched his own party for being weak, said they might deserve to lose, and warned Democrats, if you're looking the other way from Trump's actions, that's complicity with an authoritarian leader. Then came the haymaker. Come at me, you'll have to take it up with me and God. Booker says Dems are sleepwalking into fascism while pretending bipartisanship is still real.
The knee to this president.
I can't do this. It is going to make me go fucking ballistic. I cannot. I have, oh my God. This man literally had Benjamin Netanyahu's hands directly up his asshole, okay? Like a fucking flesh puppet only a couple weeks ago. Suck my dick, Cory Booker. Fuck you. Booker is still laying into Democrats on the floor, practically yelling. The text I'm getting from Dems about this, oh boy, people are pissed at Booker. Fuck this guy. Fuck Cory Booker.
Lines on the Jeffrey Epstein case yesterday, once again calling the whole controversy a hoax. It comes amid a push by Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, to have her conviction overturned. She is now asking for the Supreme Court to intervene. Scott McFarland reports.
Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, is urging the Supreme Court to step in and overturn her sex trafficking conviction on grounds she was unlawfully prosecuted. Her attorney, David Marcus, went a step further Monday, issuing a statement calling President Trump a deal maker, then saying they're appealing to the president himself to recognize how profoundly unjust it is to scapegoat Ghislaine Maxwell for Epstein's crimes. CBS News legal analyst Caroline Polisi says Maxwell's interview with the Department of Justice last week about Epstein could also be part of a push for leniency in exchange for her cooperation.
Maxwell's defense attorney is not hiding the fact that he would like to receive some kind of benefit, some kind of potentially a pardon, a clemency from President Trump.
For the second time in a week, the president refused to rule out a pardon for Maxwell Monday.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it.
And again dismiss the whole Epstein investigation and related files.
If they had anything, I assume they would have released it. The whole thing is a hoax.
But even some of Trump's fiercest allies disagree.
This is not a hoax, in other words.
Oh, it's not a hoax. Of course not. I mean, there are real victims here.
Meanwhile, Democrats are criticizing the president for using the word privilege to describe the island where Epstein lived and committed crimes.
I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down.
It's notable, despite the Department of Justice's meeting with Maxwell last week, it's urging the Supreme Court to reject her petition. If the High Court does agree to hear the case, it most likely won't do so until the next term, meaning, Nate, a decision wouldn't be handed down for months.
All right, and we will stay tuned. Scott, thank you.
Now to a CBS News investigation into the death of Jeffrey Epstein. The missing minute, you might have heard or read something about this recently, in the surveillance footage at the jail where the convicted sex offender died in 2019 may not be missing after all. The Justice Department released nearly 11 hours of that footage last month, including this moment where the time code jumps forward 1 minute before midnight. A source tells CBS News the FBI actually has a copy of the video without that cut. Now, it's unclear why it wasn't released originally. Our investigation found other inconsistencies with the video as well. To share his new reporting on this, Scott McFarland joins me now. Scott, what do we know?
Our CBS News investigation led by Dan Rutnick finds that there are some issues with whatever that video was that was released by the U.S. Department of Justice. Was it an original or was it a copy? Forensic reviews of the video indicate it was a copy of a video, not the raw original thing. That's a pressing issue because the deputy FBI director said they were going to release the raw video. There are certain moments where you see a cursor on the screen of the video, the way you would if you were recording it maybe off your phone from a screen that was showing the initial video. There's metadata and indications of edits in the video that this is not the original, raising the question, is there a missing minute or is there a missing minute from the edit of the footage? There's other concerns as well, including consistencies that may be called into question based on what the Department of Justice said about this footage. Take a look. Epstein was held at the Metropolitan Corrections Center in Lower Manhattan in a unit separate from the general population known as the Special Housing Unit, or SHU. The unit has 3 wings, each with 2 levels. Epstein was held in the upstairs L tier of his wing. That tier is accessed by a set of stairs from the central common area. Directly adjacent to those stairs is the officers' station, where on-duty corrections officers spend most of their time. The Inspector General report says several cameras in the unit were streaming a live feed to a remote location in the prison, but no one was watching them. Malfunctioning equipment meant only one camera recorded the general area. That camera captured part of the common area, including the officer's station and a sliver of the staircase leading to Epstein's cell. The footage begins at 7:40 p.m. the night before Epstein's death. You can see staff and inmates moving about, preparing for the nightly lockdown. That's the officer's station in the background. Only 2 employees have been publicly identified. Tova Noel, a corrections officer pulling a double shift that began at 4 p.m., and Michael Thomas, a materials handler who won't arrive until midnight. Epstein is seen for the first and only time on camera at 7:49 p.m. when the Department of Justice said he was escorted to his cell from another wing of the unit. It's important to note here, you don't actually see Epstein ascend the stairwell to his cell block. Pressed for comment from the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the Office of Inspector General, which did its own review of this matter, and they didn't respond to our request for comment. Major, if there is a full video, unedited, without a missing minute, it has not been released.
And this is not incidental to the broader conversation among interested parties in the Jeffrey Epstein matter. Online, this has been gone over and over as people try to deduce or understand what isn't or is there, what they can glean in terms of transparency about Epstein's death.
So much of what gave this oxygen over the past few years is open-ended question.
Remember, we don't even have the actual fucking footage to his goddamn cell because those cameras were mysteriously down. So the footage that they actually doctored was not even the footage that's outside of his cell. Remember that.
So conspiracy theories feed off of unanswered questions. That's the fuel. And what you have here is a bunch of questions that haven't been answered. So if the Trump administration is trying to put this issue and this controversy behind them, pending open questions are just oxygen for that fire.
An important investigation. Scott McFarland with all the crucial details. I thank you very much.
Wall Street Journal case, lawyers are seeking to depose Rupert Murdoch, Can you say what the lawyers hope to get out of that?
No, we're going to see. It's in the lawyers' hands. I've been treated very unfairly by the Wall Street Journal and everything. I mean, I don't know. They even hired people from the Washington Post, third-rate reporters, gossip-type reporters. It's all gossip. And, you know, I've been treated badly by the Wall Street Journal. I would have assumed that Rupert Murdoch controls it, but, you know, maybe does, maybe doesn't. They are talking to us about doing something, but we'll see what happens. Maybe they would like us to drop that. And so we'll see.
Does that mean they're settling us?
Yeah, they want to settle it.
With money involved?
He's treated us wrong. I mean, you know, when I get treated unfairly, I do things about it. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, God.
This is Donald Trump's phone number in Jeffrey Epstein's personal little black book from the 1990s. In 2021, Business Insider obtained an address book no one had ever seen before.
Jeffrey Epstein got away with what he got away with because of who was in his address book.
What's interesting for us about this book is a new cast of characters who we didn't previously know had interactions with or did business with him.
While the Trump administration says it won't disclose more files on Epstein, the older address book reminds us of Epstein's vast connections to prominent figures, including Melania Trump's best friend, Christopher Cuomo's wife, and an advisor in the first Trump administration.
Our first thought was to just do whatever we could to verify that it was real. We've obtained a copy of an address book that we believe belonged to Jeffrey Epstein, and your name and contact information are listed in the book.
I'm a reporter for Insider. I'm just calling everybody who's in this address book who has not previously been publicly associated with Jeffrey Epstein.
That's crazy. Bro, you get a call like that, you're like, nope, wrong number. I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
Epstein. We need to make sure it was a real artifact that really represented something about Jeffrey Epstein and his connections to people.
The story is not one that sounds exactly believable. Someone dropped Jeffrey Epstein's address book in the 90s and now belongs to some guy who lives on a farm in Vermont.
Yeah, I'm hitting that no habla inglés.
I'm very careful not to put my fingerprints on the book, not to put any sort of DNA or hair, anything like that. My name is Christopher Halali. Where should I look? I currently live on my wife's farm. As a student of national security issues, imperialism, I was fascinated by the Jeffrey Epstein case. There are names that are highlighted, and I think one of the most notable highlighted names is former President Donald Trump.
My name is Denise Ondeko. Ta-da! And I believe I found the book sometime in the 90s. Walking along Fifth Avenue, and I just noticed a small black book on the sidewalk.
So you're pretty sure that it was somewhere between 54?
Yes, it could have been here or there.
We have spoken extensively with Denise, and we found her story to be credible.
I saw the book, picked it up, glanced through it. Damn. It was filled with names like Kennedy, Rockefeller, Trump, etc. And it was like, whoa, this is bizarre. So I kept it for the New York City artifact that it was.
Did you know who Jeffrey Epstein was at the time?
No. When I rediscovered the book last year, it was like, holy, it's Jeffrey Epstein.
A Manhattan billionaire arrested yesterday on federal sex trafficking.
I think it's a little crazy that someone seemingly dropped it, but who knows? It's a bit suspicious, but
charges.
Accusations from indecent exposure to inappropriate touching to rape.
I went to tips at New York Times. I sent something to Rachel Maddow. I just figured nobody was interested. Come the end of November, I really needed brakes for my car and I didn't have enough money. And I thought, what the hell? You know, you, Jeffrey Epstein, you know, you paid for my brakes. So I put it on eBay.
It was right there for everybody to see. Most people would think it's a fake or a forgery. I took the risk. When I received the book in the mail, my heart was nearly jumping out of my chest. You know, I felt like Indiana Jones. It's a dark book. It's a book that I think has a lot of suffering behind it, a lot of pain, a lot of evil, some would say. I felt that it was important for people to see who Epstein knew and what sort of network of power was behind him.
this is a little bit of an odd cat, a little bit of an odd fellow. Isn't he is he the ACP guy? I feel like I know his name. I feel like I've heard his name before. Halali is a Vermont social studies teacher. Halali, a Vermont social studies teacher who ran unsuccessfully for Congress as a member of the Communist Party in 2020, now serves as the American Communist Party's international secretary. Yeah.
Right now I'm packaging the book for forensic analysis and handing it off to a team of journalists. If it comes back and it's not authentic, it's a pretty awesome forgery, I have to say.
One of the moments in the public waking up to the magnitude of his crimes was the publication in 2015 of an address book belonging to Jeffrey Epstein. And what was stunning about it was it contained the names of Donald Trump and Mick Jagger, Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton. And it sort of woke people up to the fact that this was a guy who had access to the halls of power.
Our reporting also found about 220 new names that didn't appear in this other address book.
If someone were to concoct a fake book to trick journalists, they would start by taking those names from the other public little black book and putting them in this one. So we start by sort of correlating the names, and then we just started calling people in the book whose names have not been previously associated with Jeffrey Epstein.
Hello?
Hi, I'm trying to reach Elena Kayem.
This is she?
Hi, I'm calling for Suzanne Urcha. Would you be able to connect me with her?
For who?
I'm trying to reach Joan Severance.
We don't currently represent Joan. The number you dialed is not in service.
I'm trying to reach Michael Cutlip.
This is he?
Elena Barmakova.
Who's calling? I'm working on a story about an address book
That we believe belonged to Jeffrey Epstein.
Do you mind if I'm recording this call?
I do mind.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I haven't seen or spoken to Jeffrey since the late 90s.
For them to say, yes, I knew him in the 90s, gives credence to the idea that the book is real.
It's not the case that everybody who was in his address book was an enabler of Jeffrey Epstein. It's more adding to the body of knowledge to keep chipping away at the mystery.
She was not interested in speaking.
These are some of the
why.
prominent names we reached out to. None of them had ever been publicly associated with Epstein before.
Suzanne Urcha, Melania Trump's best friend. She later married Woody Johnson, who now owns the New York Jets.
Carl Icahn, special advisor to Donald Trump during his presidency.
Christina Grieven, the wife of Christopher Cuomo.
Jill Harth accused Donald Trump of sexual assault.
Stephen Ratner led Barack Obama's efforts to resuscitate Detroit.
Marty Peretz, longtime mentor to former Vice President Al Gore. Les Gelb was a legendary New York Times columnist. Sandy Warner was the chairman and CEO of JP Morgan until 2000. Billionaire John Katzimatidis, who told us that he offered Epstein a ride and Epstein sent him a 3-foot bottle of champagne in thanks. And this just goes to show that in the 1990s, he was sort of cultivating a much larger orbit that we can see evidence later on.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
We also engaged the services of a forensic examiner who's familiar with authenticating documents.
I was cautious because I didn't want to cross over into an area that the FBI was investigating. My name is Dennis Ryan, and I'm a forensic document examiner. I'm confident that the book is probably circa 1995 to 2000. One of the factors was the Gestetner imprint that's on the Velo bind. Their organization was certainly out of production by 1998 to 2000. It would be very difficult to make up a book with that imprint. The most important thing is the change in the area code.
So here's Donald Trump's entry in the 1990s address book. You can see that his Palm Beach phone numbers feature a 407 area code. Now, if we look at Trump's entry in the address book from the early 2000s, you can see that he has the same phone numbers listed for Palm Beach, but with a different area code, 561, and that area code was introduced in 1996. Jeffrey Epstein is still such a mystery. Over a year after he's died.
Accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein is dead.
Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys questioning whether his death was a suicide.
I think my biggest takeaway is that Epstein had an extremely large sphere of influence, and we're not even sure about the true extent of it.
I think this book elaborates on that in a different era, a different time, and with some different people that we didn't know were a part of that circle that eventually became a part of the reason that Jeffrey Epstein could get away with raping and abusing women and girls. And I think it's important to keep in mind how power is able to avoid accountability. And the more we can remember what Epstein's actions represent, the more we can prevent people from escaping accountability now and in the future.
What a weird turn of events, how serendipitous the whole thing has played out. Unbelievable. I just remember having that thought, should I keep this? If it was a heavy something or other, I probably would have tossed it.
I think it's an interesting story, you know. One book with the FBI, one book on the farm. It's fascinating.
Business Insider reposted this exact video that they released 4 years ago. I seriously question their integrity if they had this book all this time and haven't talked about it for years and have not done any digging. You question the integrity of Business Insider? Yeah, no shit, dude. By the way, there's more on the Trump train. Breaking news, FBI has a version of the surveillance video filmed near Jeffrey Epstein's prison block on the night of his death that, unlike the version released to the public, is not missing a minute of footage, even though they originally said it was. Wasn't the explanation that the video equipment is old and resets every night, so no footage exists of that missing minute? Also, there was more time missing in the released video per Wired. CBS is claiming that the released video is likely a screen capture that was sped up for some reason, offering one explanation for the gap in time.
Definitively
definitively.
Here's Pam Bondi saying the minute doesn't exist.
You on that, and the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively. The video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And
Like, I don't care about this missing minute that much. I don't think it's like the big fucking the big revelation will come from this missing minute. It could be a number of different reasons. It's just like, but as is the case with everything else, their response invites more curiosity. Their response invites additional scrutiny because they respond in a really weird, uncharacteristic way if you are innocent. Their response is the response of a guilty man. So much so that it has actually made me reconsider my original stance of like, maybe Donald Trump is not that involved with Jeffrey Epstein post 2003. Do you see what I mean?
what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein. Mr. President, back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video.
None of this makes sense. Are the cameras operating on different security systems? Why does one reset, the other one doesn't? And why do people who work in the field say this isn't a common feature? From the Daily Beast article. Yeah, it's just like a very weird, very strange way to deal with this. And it's making me think that they're more guilty than I previously assumed they were. There's also this side of the story. Real Donald Trump says he ended his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein because the pedophile stole underage victim Virginia Giuffre from his Mar-a-Lago spa. This is audio only from the White House, or not from the White House, but like it was released because he was on Air Force One, where Trump says people were taken out of the spa hired by Epstein. I told him we don't want you taking our people, whether it's spa or not spa. He did it again. I said out of here. Was one of the stolen people Virginia Giuffre? I think so. He stole her.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. But just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them young women? Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young women?
What did they do? In the spa.
In the spa?
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people would take.
Bro, you're talking about one of the most notorious sex trafficking victims that was literally trafficked out of Mar-a-Lago as a minor. What are you saying, man? Like, he's incapable, dude. Look at it. I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah. What did they do? In the spa.
In the spa?
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas.
I had one of the best spas. Some of the best miners working at the spa. Jeffrey Epstein liked it so much because they were the best miners working at the spa. That's right. No other spa has miners like mine. Believe it. Believe it. Are we sure it's not a deep fake? No.
Spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago, and people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want them taking people. And
dude, what's so insane about this is, bro, this isn't in 1997 or in 2003. This is in 2025. Why are you still saying it like that? Like, it's crazy. Motherfucker, it is July 29th, 2025. Jeffrey Epstein's been dead since 2019. And you're literally still acting like you're mad that he stole your clients. Or not your clients, sorry. Stole your work staff. Like, what do you mean? Dog, the people that you're talking about were sex trafficked underage by Jeffrey Epstein. How is that your number one gripe? Also, yeah, why were minors working in this like high-end spa, supposedly the best spa? That's already weird, man. And he's like, those were the best minors. Those were the best minors. Nobody else has got minors like me at my spa. Like, that's what you're mad about? Jeffrey Epstein was out competing you? Here, it's not AI. Look.
Were some of them young women? Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken, and it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad, but that story's been pretty well out there, and the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young.
Yeah.
What did they do?
In the spa.
Jobs in the spa.
Yeah, it's people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago, and people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people.
Dog, they weren't hired by him. They were sex trafficked. Like, again, we know this. We know this because of the 2008 conviction, which includes one of the most famous victims, Virginia Joffrey, that was trafficked out of Mar-a-Lago. He didn't hire people from your spa. I don't know why those people were working at the spa to begin with, but he didn't like steal those employees from you. He sex trafficked them. He groomed and sex trafficked them. Very strange way to complain about this thing. Truly shocking, even for Trump. Even by Trump standards, this is a shocking way to talk about this. Because his defense is exactly like saying Jeffrey Dahmer stole my lunch. Yeah. I was going to eat my own parents, and then Jeffrey Dahmer stole my mother and ate her instead. I was going to do it. My mother, gone.
From the spa, I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again. And I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know.
Yeah, she's dead, man. She died recently. Also, she was a child. She was literally a child, a little child. She was 16 years old. What the hell is happening? Actually insane. Anyway. I don't understand why Donald Trump finds a way to fucking incriminate himself every single time. Like anytime he tries to talk about this situation, he just like further incriminates himself. He comes across so fucking weird. Anyway, let's move on from that to Sydney Sweeney's jeans campaign, which created major backlash. Okay, I know Jay Mershon really wants me to cover the story. He's been losing his fucking mind. Here, let's take a look.
Look amazing.
Sydney Sweeney's new jeans campaign is sparking major backlash.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
The campaign has a clever slogan: Sydney Sweeney has great genes. That's genes with a J. But many believe the implication is that Sydney Sweeney's genes with a G are superior.
My body's composition.
I mean, it is. That is the double entendre, yes. That is the double entendre. It's a weird double entendre to make. And I think it spells that, I think this is like a company actively trying to lean into like white nationalists and eugenicist arguments to fucking advocate for people to purchase their product.
Is determined by my genes. Hey, eyes up here.
Sydney Sweeney's new ad is deeply, deeply unsettling to me.
It's a problem when white people try to say that the superior gene is blonde hair and blue eyes.
But others are saying it's much ado about nothing.
I'm not gonna stop you.
Well, the fun police have found something else to be angry at.
This is part of the reason why I didn't entertain the discourse, because like I just don't give a shit that much. Yeah, I think American Eagle is trying to fucking lean in on the double entendre. I think it's more so indicative of the time itself, like the time that we're in. I suspect the Republicans are excited that they can somehow talk about anything but Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump doing pedophilia together. So great opportunity for this twink to get involved.
About what I thought that meant was, well, she was wearing some great jeans. I guess I'm really naive.
So, will the controversy help or hurt American Eagle?
Listen, you hear that all press is good press. Certainly it created more awareness. If there was anyone out there who didn't know what American Eagle was, that they sell jeans, that it is a brand that's still in existence, now they certainly know.
I bet you want to try these jeans.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining.
I think what's crazy is like Sydney Sweeney's voice, and this is so like she sounds so much like a Valley girl. But yeah, this is outrage marketing for sure. But I think ultimately the double entendre being that like Sydney Sweeney has superior genes because of her eye color and shit is is basically brands playing fast and loose with this kind of politics because they are no longer fearful of any sort of repercussion. As a matter of fact, they expect the repercussion to be positive. That's it.
Ad as the fucking jeans ad. You know what I mean? Same ad as the Sydney Sweeney's got great jeans. You know what I mean? Like the Zoom. Here it is. Sydney Sweeney is preparing a lobster bisque, camera tight, gray background, all fucking denim. She goes to taste it, spills some on her titty. Ow.
With American free healthcare, that burn won't leave a scar.
Thanks, American healthcare. Boom. Go.
Damn, Medicare for all. I'm locked in. It's a play on the Brooke Shields ad. That's what it is. Where is it? Do you have it? Do you have the Brooke Shields ad? Oh, first of all, I don't think Sydney Sweeney gives a shit.
The secret of life lies hidden in the genetic code.
Yeah, by the way, Brooke Shields is like 15 here when she's doing this ad.
Genes are fundamental in determining the characteristics of an individual and passing on these characteristics to succeeding generations.
14? Yeah. Oh, God, it was a different time and also very creepy. With all the Epstein stuff, should you be really referencing the Brooke Shields ad? No, I think it plays into it. Like, yeah, it plays into the fucking grossness. That's what I'm saying.
Occasionally, certain conditions produce a structural change in the gene, which will bring about the process of evolution.
Brooke Shields is Brooke Shields' experience and exploitation is a perfect demonstration of how insane, creepy, gross we used to be as a society towards children and never really cared about protecting children. We still are, but we used to too. Used to be. We still are, but we used to as well. You feel me? Anyway.
Determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has her jeans.
The Sydney Sweeney situation's getting crazier and crazier as it's dividing the internet. You've got more big Trump, Epstein, Maxwell updates as Trump seems to be prepping a pardon.
Am I in this? No, I'm not.
Maxwell just filed a Supreme Court brief where this followed there and given 5 stars. And if you haven't yet, I'll make it the top link in the description. Definitely join. It's a great podcast. But that said,
you agree it's pretty Nazi coded? Yeah. What do you think fucking having superior genes is? Yes. I don't think they're literally saying like we're Nazis. They're saying that they're rage baiting with like Nazi shit because it's a sign of the times. It's a sign of the times. It's like that failing fast food shop, whatever it's called, selling. What are they selling? They're selling like cane sugar soda. And it's being hailed up as like a fucking heroic move by like RFK Steak and Shake. Companies now think like doing right-wing stuff is like the new meta.
There is a lot of big news we have to talk about today, starting with this. You've got a Sydney Sweeney Nazi propaganda controversy playing out right now. Right? Because if you haven't seen, there's been this debate playing out after her new campaign with American Eagle just launched, where the tagline is Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Right? It's a play on words because the campaign is for American Eagle's denim line, but also genes like genetics. And some of the videos, they seem to use her genes to make a, hey, did you know Sydney Sweeney is hot joke, like this one.
My body's composition is determined by my genes. Hey, eyes up here.
Why does she sound like... I don't want to say it. Never mind. She just sounds like she has like a mental condition, like a disability. It's not just like vocal fry. Is that sexy? I don't get it. Why is she doing that? Hi, eyes up here. Like, what the fuck? Is that like a new trend? Is that what it is? She just sounds like that? I don't know. I don't think she sounds like that all the time.
Sydney Sweeney has very genes.
But then you've got a number of people feeling like others have a much different tone.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color.
Personality.
My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very genes.
And so you're seeing many out there feeling like that by emphasizing genetics, especially with Sydney's blue eyes and calling her genes great, the ad was essentially promoting eugenics, with some saying,
like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like, that is Nazi propaganda. I also am thinking about like all of the young girls who are doing their back to school shopping right now at places like American Eagle who are seeing ads like this. Yikes.
Praising Sydney Sweeney for her great genes in the context of her white, blonde hair, blue eye appearance, it is one of the loudest and most obvious racialized dog whistles we've seen and heard in a while. When those traits are consistently uplifted as genetic excellence, we know where this leads.
Right, and that as you had others writing things like, I like Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle as much as the next guy, but we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children is a crazy tagline for selling jeans. As well as something about an ad sexualizing a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes while commenting that she has great genes feels extremely conservative, especially in this political climate. And that is, you had many blaming Sydney for participating in the campaign and claiming it wasn't just a commercial, saying it was a love letter to white nationalism.
Okay, everybody needs to calm down. Like, I think they're going overboard with the criticism. I think the ad is not going to make people white supremacists. I think the problem with the ad is it indicates that culture is moving in a direction where they find white supremacy to be permissible. Okay? The ad shows that we're there already. And companies think this is like a appropriate double entendre to engage with. Can't you say you have good genes in a non-Nazi way or no? I mean, maybe. You're sure. But when you start talking about your hair color and blue eyes, it becomes a little bit different, don't you think? She was like, Hasan defending rich, famous Holly weirdos again. Okay, take a break. Permanently. I don't care about any of these people. I am not defending them at all. Shut the fuck up. Like, some of you literally are like, well, you have to go find where Sydney Sweeney is and kidnap her and make an ISIS-style video of her apologizing. Otherwise, you actually are defending the Holly weirdos because you are one of those Holly weirdos. There's a difference, I feel like, between being like, yeah, I got good genes, man. and being like, my blue eyes and blonde hair and lineage come from my genes, my genetic predestiny. Isn't it pretty impactful? No. Kaya. You know what time it is, Kaya. Get your ass back over there, please. Anyway.
And eugenic fantasies, and she knew it. With you also seeing tons of people in her Instagram comments pissed off at her, some pointing to the eugenics criticism and others just slamming her for doing another ad campaign that sexualizes her. With many of them saying that the campaign seems reminiscent of very controversial ads that Brooke Shields did with Calvin Klein when she was just a teenager, where she said nothing comes between her and her Calvins. And in one ad, she does a similar gene pun where she describes genetics. Right, but there, many felt that those ads over-sexualized her, and now you have people thinking that it's odd for American Eagle to reference a commercial mostly known for sexualizing a child. Now with this, you had others pointing to the fact that in American Eagle's press release, you had the company noting that it created a Sydney gene meant to raise awareness for domestic violence.
So are we supposed to ignore this and move on? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, literally. What? Like, what's the solution, you think? Like, I feel like there's way more important things happening every day. Not gonna lie, I'm surprised you made it this long today. I thought you definitely would crash out and end the stream today, lol. No, it's because the pain subsided a little bit, but then it's back now, but it's fine. Chatter said, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Sales from those bands going to a crisis text line. But then you had many arguing that given how sexy the ads are meant to be, you would never know that this angle even existed. So, it just appears that there's controversies at every corner, with the criticisms notably growing especially loud over the weekend. With all of that said, Sydney Sweeney teaming up with American Eagle here, one, it appears to have actually been very good for American Eagle, at least as far as the stock price is concerned. With the stock seeing an initial massive jump, and then, with the backlash, there's been some fluctuations, but still it's been net positive. And two, you've also seen many people out there arguing that the backlash over this is overblown. Right, arguing that this is just a pun about Sydney Sweeney being very pretty, not a...
So you don't think they should publicly apologize? I don't give a shit one way or another. I don't care. Yeah. Great. Sure. Who cares? I don't care. I don't. Doesn't it seem like a non-issue? It is, but it's cool because it's an issue from a bygone era. This is a very 2016 style problem. Very 2016 style controversy, and we're living in 2025. So it's cute, and I like it. I like that chatters are, they got the energy. Right? Like it's cool. It makes me happy that there are chatters who are still in their cutie pie era. You're ableist, so you don't care. Yes, that's what? I don't. What? I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. I think you might have outwoken me this time. I genuinely don't even know what you mean by that. What? What does that have to do with anything? You are by not acknowledging the genes? Wait, what? But I did acknowledge the eugenicist double entendre. I'm saying that's what they did. Wait, what are you saying? Ugly people are disabled? Being a brunette is a disability. It's a big deal. We get killed in Canada. Wait, what? Okay. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I recognize what the company is doing. I don't know how this ties back to me being ableist and wanting death, wishing death upon the disabled in Canada. I don't know how I got there. I don't know how you got there. Sorry, I didn't even get there. You got there, but I'm actually interested in finding out what you mean by this, because it's a new level of crazy that I didn't think we would arrive at in this community, and I'm fascinated by stuff like that. My genes made Dr. Day to kill me by genes not being good. What? Okay, you're still not connecting this back to me and what I did. That seems bad, though. I don't think the doctor should kill you. I don't. You said you don't care? What? You said you don't care. Key need to care? You said you don't care about the ad? Is the ad getting the doctor to kill you? What is going on? Okay, I think I'm being ableist by continuing this conversation, so we're gonna move on from this. Okay, at first I was like, this is, this could be like fun or something, but their earlier messages were more coherent. I think they're too upset to engage properly. They also called you an ableist on the 25th. Okay, let's yeah, I don't care about the gene ad. I care about like the actual white supremacy that's already happening. And I care about the gene ad more so on what it signals, as I was saying already, which is that it signals that companies are feeling comfortable playing fast and loose with white supremacy or like eugenics. Yeah, it's more of a symptom of the disease. It's not causing people to be white supremacists. It just means people are already, people are at the very least not upset about this kind of thing. But as far as like wanting to cancel American Eagle, go right ahead, guys. I'm saying that I feel like as a society, we've moved beyond like getting upset at companies doing shitty marketing, considering the ever-present danger that is facing everyone in the Western world. Fascism is growing everywhere. America and Canada both are participating in the genocide of the Palestinians. Every day we see it. There is a affordability crisis that's impacting everybody, but seemingly there's no solution to it. Trans people are written out of existence by legislation. Mass atrocities happening as a direct consequence of anthropogenic climate change. I don't care about American Eagle. I don't care that American Eagle thought it was like cute beyond the fact that they correctly predicted that they would get no repercussions for this. So for you guys to be like, no, we should actually fucking get mad at American Eagle. Why aren't you mad at American Eagle? You want me to be killed by my doctor? Well, that's a big leap that you took there. And it's cool. It's cool that people are still like, no, I'm going to get real mad at American Eagle. Okay. Yeah. Fight the power. The ad drove discourse. Agencies don't care. I know. But the point is, the agencies don't care because of how normalized this kind of sentiment is already. That's it. That's my mindset on this.
Nazi dog whistle. But then also we've seen people landing in a third camp where they think, whatever is going on, it just didn't land. Writing things like, I don't think American Eagle is some sort of Nazi company, or this is even like 100% on purpose, but it's definitely capitalizing on ever-growing.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it too.
Fascist sentiment in this country. And so, we're seeing this debate play out, and depending on where you go on the internet, just massively different reactions. I got to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Which of these three camps are you landing in and why? And then next up in the news, you've got Trump's Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell scandal growing, getting worse, and now taking on new crazy.
Haters are going to clip you to say the same thing and say the same thing about BDS. What? BDS? American Eagle would absolutely be valid as a boycott target if it was like directly fucking making his jeans in like some West Bank facility that was stolen from Palestinians, or if they were like offering free jeans to the fucking Israeli occupying force. Like, I think these two things are at different magnitudes. People, I don't think have any capacity to understand that there is like varying degrees of involvement with like ongoing atrocities, you know? These are entirely separate places. This shit makes the left look crazy. I mean, it's fine to point out that it's like obviously a byproduct of where we are as a society, that a major corporation is trying to fucking do double entendre on eugenics, you know? That's what I did too. I just don't really care about it beyond the fact that we're here. This is where we're at. You feel me? President Trump's latest post from Air Force One on his way back from Scotland. I can't stand Jessica Tarkov of the Five, a real loser. Big earthquakes, tsunami warnings for Russia and Alaska and Hawaii and stuff. See my previous chats, Lamau. Earthquakes are fake and tsunamis are fake. It's woke. That's a woke conspiracy. You made that up. I don't believe in earthquakes or tsunamis. Because the National Weather Service and NOAA is underfunded, so that we don't have to know about these woke and gay movements of the earth, as you say. Everyone knows it's flat. It's a fucking 8.7. Wrong. Wrong. Oh, I'm in so much pain. Bye-bye, earthquake. Bye-bye, tsunami. And bye-bye. Yeah, 8.7 off the coast of Russia is massive. I know, but wait, hold on.
Definitely capitalizing on ever-growing fascist sentiment in this.
Okay, hold on. Bye-bye. Where is it? Remember when you used to be able to get an 8.7? New South Park is going after Charlie Kirk.
You can just shut up, baby, because you hate America and you love abortion.
On an all-new South Park.
Okay.
The epic season continues.
We want to honor the president's courage.
Stop. South Park. New episode Wednesday, August 6th at 10 on Comedy Central and next day on Paramount Plus. Wednesday.
Breaking new. Tsunami watch area now includes the west coast of California. Damn. Hardly anyone is talking about how many earthquakes have occurred in this area of Russia for several days. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. If this is it, it was a pleasure. Are you on painkillers right now? No, I wish I was. I'm in a lot of pain. Yeah. If only we had scientists. What is this? Bro dropped colored on the timeline and decided to start tweeting like the Joker. All the good I've done, all the people I've helped, all for nothing. I truly hope all the people I've inspired to do great things in their life and pay it forward, help others and carry on the message. But no matter how much good you do, people just want a reason to hate you and tear you down. You either die a hero or live long. Oh, this is the Joey Swole controversy. What happened with Joey Swole? Does anyone have the link?
Listen, I can post Hulk Hogan if I want to. Just because somebody makes a mistake in their life doesn't mean that they haven't done good things. I don't know what he did, and he said something 20 years ago and apologized for it. If you're going to attack me, you better go after the colored athletes and the people that are black and
What? Bro, when white people used to talk like this, black people were not allowed to drink from the same water fountain. That's crazy. What the fuck? Yo, this makes it so much funnier because, like, the reason why people, I guess, were yelling at him is because he was like, he did like a Hulk Hogan thing, and people were like, dude, he said the N-word with a hard R multiple times. He was like a massive racist. And his response to that is like, I don't care about him being massively racist. What about the colored people? That's crazy. Look at his chat. This is the word that Hulk Hogan said, actually. Ironically enough, that was the
athletes and the people that are black and minority that.
Yeah, ironically enough, that was the word that Hulk Hogan said multiple times.
Went and posted him as well. Okay, the man was nice to me. He made a mistake. I'm not God. People make mistakes in life. If you got a problem with that, look at yourself. There's not one single person in here that hasn't made a mistake in their life. So
racism is not a mistake.
Also, he didn't say it like it was a mistake. You know what I mean? When he said the N-word with a hard R when referencing the black boyfriend that his daughter was dating, I don't think he said it like a mistake. He said it like he said it a lot. Like it was a part of his general lexicon. Like it was in there. You know what I mean? It wasn't like people pushing Cinna to say the N-word to prove that her dad is black type shit, and she just comes out and says it, and it kind of comes across as like uncomfortable when she says it. You know, this was like this man had used the N-word with a hard R on multiple occasions. Clearly, like he was saying it like it's a. Yeah, he disowned his daughter for marrying a black man and called their child cursed for being mixed. He even said, like, he was saying it with his chest. He was not saying it with anything but his chest. He was saying it like it wasn't a tongue twister at all. Okay? Like, this was just a thing that he says. Did he even apologize ever for saying it? I don't think he ever did. We're talking about Hulk Hogan.
Cutting off your daughter for dating black men is not a mistake.
Yeah, also on top of that, he was a union buster, you know. Yeah, he was just. No, all he did was take Peter Thiel's money so he could sue Gawker. Well, that too. What's the list of good things he's done? I don't really know. I guess be like a guy that was the figurehead for America or something. I've never fucked with Hulk Hogan. Like, D.L. Hewley speaks on one of Hulk Hogan's daughters skipping his funeral and refusing to share any of his $25 million estate after he disrespected her and made derogatory comments about her dating a black man.
Hogan passed recently, and of course he was a controversial figure. I will say this, wherever Hulk is at, either up or down, he has run his race. So nothing that we can say, we in the land of the living can say can hurt him anymore, but they certainly can hurt his family. And I respect his family saying that this is not the time to remind people he was a racist. But now all members of his family feel that way. Like one of his daughters primarily believes that she doesn't want any money from him. She doesn't want to have anything to do with fighting for the estate. And they didn't speak. Do you know how horrible you got to be to have someone that loves you or that grew up with you not forgive you in death? So it doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't matter what the public at large says. Somebody in his family saying that because he talked about her so bad and said such inflammatory things because she was dating a black man, that so she's calling him a racist. But all of us are remembered by not only the good we did, but the bad. And what you hope is that you've done enough good that it counteracts the other one. We're all just like.
But what good did he do? I don't really know.
So when John Lennon passed, John Lennon was such a beloved figure that radio formats all across the country went silent. When Michael Jackson died, who was equally as talented, probably the most talented entertainer that ever lived, they didn't do the same thing.
Yo, I got a tsunami alert in Japan saying goodbye just in case. Matt Buddha 3. Bro, get a fucking Tamago Sando on the way out. You know what I'm saying? For good time's sake. Go up to the nearest Family Mart and just hit him with the Tamago Sando Doku desu ka? You still have time for a Konbini run, chatter. Hasan is going to be fucked up if that chatter actually gets walloped. Okay, well, what can I do about it? You know what I mean? Japan issued a tsunami advisory after a powerful earthquake via a preliminary magnitude of 8.0 was registered near Russia. Debate the tsunami? It's been updated to an 8.7. Japan's meteorological agency issued a tsunami advisory for the country, warning waves of up to 1 meter, 3.3 feet high. Oh. Are you going to be ableist to the tsunami? That doesn't even make sense, but the answer is yes or no, depending on what you are trying to imply. How will this affect sea life? Bro asked me how will this affect sea life? Like he's asking how will this affect LeBron's legacy? I don't fucking know, man. Am I a marine biologist? No. I don't know anything.
Shows
What is this? Epstein was actually still on the Mar-a-Lago membership logs up until 2007.
from investigative reporting from the Miami Herald that Jeffrey Epstein was actually still on the Mar-a-Lago membership logs up to 2007. Okay, so Trump was still getting money from Jeffrey Epstein up to 2007. Jeffrey Epstein was still paying for his membership at Mar-a-Lago, according to the Miami Herald. And that, of course, is a year after Jeffrey Epstein's arrest in Florida in 2006. So despite...
So if he kicked him out for being a creep,
yes,
that would have even been a year after that would have been established through a legal suit.
correct. And there's been other now. And research shows from investigative reporting from the Miami Herald.
Yeah, everything is just like blending in. The tsunami, Trump did it actually to shift attention away, to distract away from the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Yeah. And I'm being ableist by not acknowledging the Jeffrey Epstein tsunami. And Joey Swole, racism, Hulk Hogan is also another distraction away from the Epstein stuff. And it's like an earthquake. I don't know. I don't know what this is. Like, I don't know what to do with this information. The earthquake off Kamchatka has been upgraded to an 8.7 magnitude earthquake. A tsunami may have been generated. Hawaii is still under watch. And I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what that will do. I don't know. Because 8.7 is like what? One of the biggest earthquakes of all time, right? Like literally 8.7 as a magnitude is like one of the highest recorded in modern history. Yeah, here, this is it. There you go. Ryan Hall says M8.7 magnitude quake off Kamchatka isn't just big. It's one of the strongest earthquakes in modern history. If the magnitude holds, it would rank top 10 globally since 1900. Japan, March 11, 2011. The 2011 Japan earthquake, known as the Tohoku earthquake, had a magnitude of 9.0, 9.1 on the moment magnitude scale. It struck on March 11, 2011, off the northeastern coast of Japan, triggering a massive tsunami and the Fukushima nuclear disaster. There's only 2 expected, what is this? Tsunami watch here in Hawaii too. The concern is that it triggers a major fault closer to Japan that's overdue for an earthquake. I can't believe you're just sitting here when a natural disaster is happening across the world. I expect you to do better. I'm unsubscribing. Fair. I think that's fair for you to do. Let's go IRL stream the earthquake. I mean, it's too late. It already happened. So we would be IRL streaming the tsunami. Tsunami would hit us in the West Coast in 4 hours, according to TikTok. I think the water should calm down. That's what I think. I think the water should fucking dial it back and not get into a state of panic every time there's a little old earthquake. You know, they're like, oh no, we got to go somewhere and do a tsunami. It's like, don't do it. That's my argument. Okay, dial it back, water. Is this real photo from the coast of Japan? Okay. I was living in NorCal during the Tohoku quake. Took several hours for the tsunami to hit Crescent City and wreck their harbor with only minimal sea level rise. I think cut it out. That's what I think. I think the earthquake should cut it out and the tsunami should cut it out. That's what I think. Especially because in the aftermath of like such devastation, we're going to have to do more. We're going to have to do more as a united front to help people impacted by this. And instead of spending our resources in that direction, we could be giving it to Israel instead. And I feel like that's pretty anti-Semitic. And therefore, I'm going to go ahead and say this is an anti-Semitic tsunami and earthquake situation, because I feel like all of that money that would go to the recovery would probably be better served if we gave it to Israel, which is the most moral nation on the planet. And obviously, that's kind of fucked up. Yeah. It takes awareness away from October 7. That's another thing. What do I do, man? What do we do? Really, what is there to do? For context, NWS has 3 levels: warning, something bad is going to happen; advisory, something bad might happen; and watch, keep the news on the TV. Alaska is under an advisory. West Coast is on watch. So it's not a warning. It looks like it will hit my house here in Hawaii. Wait, but I thought Hawaii was on... Wait, Hawaii's on warning or advisory? Oh, they upgraded the Hawaii to a warning from advisory. Hawaii's a 1 to 3 meter warning. Jesus Christ. Footage of the shaking in Russia. That's crazy. Is this real? How far out from the coastline was this? About 15 miles? Guy's like, oh my God, bro, this dude is still clicking links. Yeah, she's mad. All right. That's about all I can put in today. Apologies for those who demanded more of me. But this is about all I got. Love you guys. But I'm tired. See you tomorrow as always, hopefully with less pain. I made it to 6.5 hours. Another half day.
Sunny Los Angeles, California.
Peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. dreams take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.